Chapter 544. Yi Tianyun's words scared them. So when they saw the heavenly underworld divine sword being taken away, they couldn't help but shout. After shouting, they regretted it. Even if Yi Tianyun took away the heavenly underworld divine sword, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Just imagine the terrifying power of the heavenly underworld divine sword. They couldn't resist it at all. You have successfully passed the trial and entered the final trial. A familiar voice came from the sky. Finally, Ming Chen and the others were driven out of the heavenly altar. Then, the great array on the heavenly altar lit up, and in an instant, the entire great array lit up, and the next moment, Yi Tianyun disappeared in the same place, and no one knew where he went. After seeing Yi Tianyun disappear, everyone looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know where he was teleported to. Of course, they didn't know where Yi Tianyun was teleported to, but they couldn't climb up to find him. As long as they got close to the top of the heavenly altar, they would be pressed to the ground. Even if they climbed up, they wouldn't be able to climb up. Therefore, there was only one way to reach the top of the heavenly altar, and that was to pass the trial and climb the divine ladder. Where did he go? Hurry up and inform the Holy Lord about the situation here. They didn't spread the news to the heavenly underworld imperial capital, mainly because they didn't want to incur the wrath of the heavenly underworld imperial capital. Once the heavenly underworld imperial capital figured out who the intruders were and captured them, they would be forgiven even if they failed in their duty. Now, for Spirit King stage powerhouses were killed in front of everyone, and there were a lot of rogue cultivators watching from the side, so they couldn't hide the news. Soon, the news of what happened here would spread. But where did Yi Tianyun go? It's a complete mystery. Soon, the news spread quickly, and the Phoenix clan, who had been paying attention to the situation here, was shocked. He killed 4 Spirit King stage powerhouses in a row, including Ming Chen, and successfully passed the trial. The divine envoy is too powerful, isn't he? Is he that powerful? Elder Luo and the others had returned safely, and they even told Bai Shui Huang about what happened. Bai Shui Huang was surprised when she found out that the so-called treasure house is actually the demon beast cage. But as she heard about Yi Tianyun's amazing performance, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. However, many of the elders were still worried about Yi Tianyun's situation. Yi Tianyun was alone in the heavenly netherworld altar. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyun would kill 4 Spirit King stage powerhouses in a row, which shocked the entire Phoenix clan. Apart from Yi Tianyun, they couldn't think who else could have entered the heavenly underworld altar. The heavenly netherworld divine nation had many enemies, but that did not mean that they would dare to barge into the heavenly netherworld altar. Such a dangerous place was truly arduous and unrewarding. Therefore, they could only deduce that Yi Tianyun was one of their divine envoys. It's possible. When we killed men who, everything was quiet, and when we reacted, men who was already nailed to the ground. This power and speed is the true strength of a divine emissary. Elder Lei smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that we were wrong. I thought that he was a good human, but who knew that he would be so powerful?" This was a great thing for them. How could they not be happy to have such a powerful divine envoy? The patriarch's eyes are sharp enough. It's really scary when he first proposed to make him a divine envoy. Now, it seems that the patriarch doesn't dare to criticize the patriarch anymore. Shopkeeper Yi smiled. Now that he thought about it, the patriarch's eyes were sharp enough, otherwise he would have missed out on such a powerful divine envoy. The elders smiled, but Bai Shui Huang frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavenly underworld altar's trial, is he undergoing the divine king's inheritance trial? If he succeeds in obtaining the inheritance, his future will be quite terrifying. Bai Shui Huang was surprised, but she also thought about the inheritance trial. After hearing it, the elders nodded. They had heard about it, but the heavenly underworld altar was managed by the heavenly underworld divine kingdom, so they didn't know the real situation. When the divine envoy comes back, inform me immediately. Bai Shui Huang said, and turned around to busy herself with other things. Not only the Phoenix clan was shocked by the news, but the entire ghost world was also shocked. An invader killed 4 Spirit King stage experts of the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. No one knew what kind of behemoth the heavenly underworld divine kingdom had provoked. In any case, this was something that everyone talked about after a meal, trying to guess the identity of the invader. The heavenly underworld divine kingdom was in an uproar, and they sent more powerful reinforcements to the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. The whole ghost world was in an uproar, but it was only the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. Most of them were gloating. Finally, someone went to deal with the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. Although they might not be able to completely suppress the heavenly underworld divine kingdom, they could at least reduce their morale. The outside world was in an uproar, and Etienne's whereabouts were even more mysterious. After Etienne was teleported away, he was teleported into a special space, surrounded by a wall of profound golden stone. He immediately deduced that he was still in the heavenly underworld altar, and he wasn't teleported out. There was nothing strange in front of him, and there was only a passage that led straight to the front, but he didn't know where it led to. Etienne didn't think too much about it, and just lifted his foot to walk inside. As soon as he entered the passage, the surrounding environment immediately changed. Countless flowers and trees appeared, but they were all extremely precious treasures. There were even 5th and 6th grade spirit herbs, which was really shocking. Etienne was startled, and just when he wanted to lift his foot, he stopped. He stabilized the greed in his heart and continued to lift his foot, ignoring the situation around him. But after a few steps, he heard playful laughter from the edge of the forest in front of him. Etienne turned his head and saw that there was a pool at the side, and there were a few stunning beauties playing in the pool, wearing nothing to cover their bodies. It really made one's blood boil. "Brother Xiaojun, do you want to come and play?" At this time, they noticed Etienne walking over, and they hooked their fingers in his direction, gesturing for him to come and play with them. Etienne smiled, but he didn't walk over. Instead, he continued to walk forward resolutely, guarding his heart. A special aura kept invading his body, and no matter how he tried to block it, it would enter his body and affect his Tao heart. Chapter 545. When Etienne entered this passage, he knew that these are all illusions. They are all illusions. This was a trial, so he had to guard his Tao heart. Sometimes, even though he knew it was an illusion, everything seemed so real, and there was a constant flow of special spiritual power that could affect his condition. This was the effect of the illusion. It could affect all of their actions. Etienne was also affected by the illusion, and there was a constant flow of spiritual power that wanted to confuse him. But as soon as it entered his body, it was absorbed by him and turned into experience. However, there was still a little bit of spiritual power that flowed into his mind and began to affect him a little bit. Overall, there was no problem, and he could still continue to move forward. As he continued to go deeper, there were other illusions that affected him along the way, and they were full of endless temptations. It was either spirit herbs, beautiful women, divine tools, or a bunch of heaven-level martial arts. He didn't care about these temptations, and he kept moving forward, ignoring them. Finally, after walking for a long distance and taking the last step, the surrounding environment disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by walls made of profound gold stone, which looked very rigid. When he turned his head back, he realized that he had actually walked through this passageway that was not too far away. It was the same passageway that he had seen before. It was at most 200 feet away, but he had walked for several hours. It was truly a long time. Etienne knew that this was an illusion, but he didn't try to break it, and he couldn't. This illusion was quite exquisite, and it would take a lot of time to break it, so it was better to walk all the way out. Unless he was trapped inside, he wouldn't choose to break it by force. Breaking it by force wouldn't bring him any benefits, so it was better to walk slowly and enjoy the scenery around him. "I'm out." After Etienne walked out, he looked up and saw a wide field in front of him. In the middle of the field, there was a floating energy ball, but he didn't know what it was. Other than that, there was nothing around, not even an exit. It was just a wide field. When he walked closer, a light flew out of the energy ball and turned into a person floating in the air. When he took a closer look, he saw a little girl in front of him. Phantom. Peak of Spirit King stage, can condense a formation and can never die. The martial arts he learned. Itianyan was too lazy to read the rest of the content. In any case, these illusionary spirits would never die. It was not like he wanted to destroy the array here. Moreover, he had no way to destroy it. As far as the eye could see, it was a creator-level formation. With his current level, there was no way he could destroy it. Even the heavenly eye was useless. Moreover, the Phantom's cultivation base was at the peak of Spirit King stage. So whenever he felt something was wrong, it would immediately attack him. In his current situation, he still couldn't deal with such a powerful opponent. Moreover, this Phantom was not an enemy to begin with. Why would he go against her for no reason? Congratulations, Inheritor. You have successfully passed the trial. You have met the requirements to become an Inheritor. The little girl's tone was very rigid and emotionless. They were not living beings in the first place and were just spirits that had been created. They did not have their own feelings. Generally, creators created things according to their own preferences. But this creator actually liked to create a little girl. It was really hard to fathom. However, to be able to casually create a peak Spirit King stage Phantom, it meant that the creator was very strong. Otherwise, how could he create such an amazing Phantom? Have I met the requirements to become an Inheritor? Then what will I inherit? Itianyan smiled lightly. Although you have met the requirements, your cultivation is still a bit too low. You need to be at least at the Spirit King stage to receive the complete inheritance. Only then will you be able to control all the arrays in the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. The Phantom explained, I need to be at least at the Spirit King stage. Itianyan nodded. He still had a long way to go. If he stayed here and cultivated, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to the Spirit King stage. The real name of this place is Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. What is this place used for? Itianyan temporarily ignored the Phantom and turned to the real place. Yes, this is the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. It was originally built by the owner as a teleportation array that connects the Heaven Realm and the Ghost Realm. So far, because there is no owner, no one has been able to activate it. The voice of the Phantom was very clear, but it did not have the slightest emotion. There was not the slightest bit of cuteness in it. This place can teleport to the Heaven Realm? Itianyan was shocked. He didn't expect that the real purpose of this place was a teleportation array that could directly connect to the Heaven Realm. In the mortal realm, no one knew the entrance to the Heaven Realm, so it was easy to go to the Heaven Realm through this place. Yes, I will explain it in detail. You can check it carefully. After saying that, the Phantom stretched out her hand, and a light beam shot towards Itianyan. He didn't stop it and let it go into his brain. Soon, the details of the situation appeared in front of him, including the information about the owner of this place. The owner of the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was called the Heaven Creating Divine King. His cultivation was at the Divine King stage, and he was also a creator-level Divine Rune Master. It was very difficult to become a Divine Rune Master. Not only was he a creator-level Divine Rune Master, but he was also a creator-level Divine Rune Master. The Heaven Creating Divine King was a powerhouse in the Netherworld, and he had his own force, the Flying Divine Kingdom. In fact, Itianyan had never heard of this Divine Kingdom. When he was at the Phoenix Clan, he spent some time to understand the overall situation, but he had never heard of the Flying Divine Kingdom. It was not that the name was wrong, but that the Flying Divine Kingdom had already declined, and no one knew where it was hiding. According to the information passed, the Heaven Creating Divine King had already left the Netherworld, and no one knew where he went. It had been thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. As a result, the inheritance here had never been obtained by his own force, but he inherited it. The purpose of the heaven creating divine king was very simple. In addition to being a place for his own force to cultivate, it was more to connect to the heaven realm. In this way, he could travel back and forth between the two places, and he could also gain experience, instead of staying in the netherworld all the time. Originally, this place was set to only allow the disciples of the flying divine kingdom to enter and inherit the inheritance. Because it had been too long, the Phantom automatically decided to change to another method. Those who could successfully pass the trial would be able to obtain the inheritance. Etianyan was very lucky. He just happened to be in the period of change, and he also met the conditions for the inheritance. The conditions for the inheritance were very simple. He had to comprehend the divine art of the universe on the divine ladder, and then successfully climb the towering heaven ladder to reach the highest level. According to the original conditions, only those who had comprehended the first two levels of the divine art of the universe would be qualified to inherit the inheritance. This meant that the divine ladder had to be slowly climbed up, step by step, and slowly comprehend the martial arts. Otherwise, if it was incomplete, it would just be a simple trip. Chapter 546. The condition to obtain the inheritance was that simple. One only needed to complete 2 trials to be qualified to become an inheritor. However, although it looked simple, the journey was extremely arduous. Many cultivators got stuck while climbing the divine stairs, or when climbing the heaven ascending stairs. They were unable to reach the top. In reality, very few of them were able to reach the top. Usually, only a few out of 30 people could reach the top. It was enough to show how difficult it was. Under normal circumstances, after successfully reaching the top, if all the people who reached the top met the requirements, they would undergo a confrontation trial to choose the most outstanding inheritor. Who knew that out of so many people, only Etianyan succeeded in comprehending the first 2 levels of the divine technique of the universe. In the end, the other challengers were judged to have failed. Not to mention the failure, he actually had to expel all the failed challengers. This trial was even crueler than the normal trial. The main reason why this happened was that he was not a disciple of the flying divine kingdom. That was why such an unusual situation occurred. Of course, Etianyan did not dislike this. To him, fighting one-on-one was the best way to obtain a large amount of experience. The rest was to go through the normal trial passage. Once he passed it, he would be able to reach this place and successfully pass the trial. The overall difficulty was acceptable. However, it gave Etianyan quite a lot of experience. He was quite satisfied. Even if he did not obtain the inheritance, he was still quite satisfied. At least he had leveled up 2 levels here. What could be more satisfying than this? And I understand the general situation. Etianyan nodded. After going through the general information, he finally understood why such a situation had occurred. Soon after, he raised his head to look at the Phantom and said, "Can I accept the inheritance now?" "No problem. However, you have to promise one thing and make an oath. Otherwise, you will not be able to receive the inheritance." The Phantom said in a deep voice, "What is it?" Etianyan frowned. Even at the last step, he was still reluctant to let him pass. "If you meet a bloodline disciple of the flying divine kingdom, you must pass on everything you have learned to him and protect him." The Phantom said, "At the end of the day, even if the outsiders pass the trial and complete the inheritance, it is equivalent to a disguised reward for helping to find people." Etianyan shook his head. This heaven, creating divine king, really did not leave any leeway for his family's bloodline. However, if this reward was announced, it could be said that everyone would fight to the death to obtain it. This inheritance wasn't simple. Other than the cosmos divine art, it also contained all the insights of the creator divine inscriptionists. This meant that if a divine inscriptionist with a decent standard obtained this inheritance, it was very likely that he would become the next creator divine inscriptionist. Just these martial arts and the insights of the creator of the divine inscriptionists were enough to cause many powers to fight over them and even launch an all-out attack on them. If the divine lord of the Nether Heaven divine nation knew of the situation here, he would definitely go all out and snatch all the inheritances. Cultivating the universe divine art could allow one to break through to the divine king realm. How could they not be moved? Moreover, this was an exclusive martial art of the divine king realm. It was definitely a top-notch heaven-level martial art. Not only that, but it could also control the Heaven Ascension Divine Altar. And when one reached the Spirit King stage, he could also travel between the Heaven Realm and the Netherworld at will. Obtaining so many treasures and helping to take care of the descendants of the Heaven-flying Divine Nation was not a problem. It should be said to be a small problem. Imparting all these to him did not mean that he would have to abandon what he had learned. No one would be willing to do so. Moreover, he had to find it first. If he couldn't find it, why would he need to impart it to him? Do you agree? Phantom stared at him and said, "What if I don't agree?" Etianyan asked, "If you don't agree, I will erase your memory before letting you leave." Phantom said expressionlessly. Etianyan had obtained 2 layers of the cosmos divine art. Although it was not a lot, at least he knew how to cultivate it. So how could he let him leave? Etianyan narrowed his eyes and looked at it and said, "It seems that I can only agree. But if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Considering that you have given me so many inheritances, it would be a waste if I don't accept them." If he didn't agree, he would not be able to obtain the inheritances. So he could only choose to agree. This was not a big problem. He was not asked to find someone. It was just that if they met on the way, they would find him and give him the inheritances. If he really wanted to escape, he could just teleport away, no matter how strong the Phantom was. It would not be able to fly out of the Heaven Ascension Divine Altar. Then make a vow. Phantom signaled him to make a vow. What do you mean by protecting him? If he provokes any forces, wouldn't I be a fool? Etianyan shrugged. He was not a nanny. If the other party happened to be a playboy or a troublemaker, what would he do? If his cultivation is above the Spirit King stage, you don't need to protect him. If he is below the Spirit King stage, you have to protect him no matter what he does. If he has done all kinds of bad things, then please kill him on behalf of the Master. Phantom finally said something fair. If the descendant is a homicidal maniac, how can I protect him? He would rather give up this inheritance than protect a homicidal maniac who kills innocent people every day, and I still have to help him? What a joke. That's fair. It won't make things difficult for me. Etianyan, if I find the descendant of the flying divine kingdom, I will teach him all the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king and protect him until he reaches the Spirit King stage. If he does all kinds of evil things, I will help the heaven-creating divine king to kill him. After making the vow, a streak of light appeared in the sky and drilled into his soul, firmly branding it. As long as he didn't complete the vow, he couldn't break it. Successfully accepted the quest. Find the descendant of the heaven-creating divine king's descendant. Reward: 200 million EXP 500. 000 crazy points. 100 heaven-creating divine king's descendants' favorability. Is this okay? Etianyan looked up and asked. Yes. Phantom nodded and controlled the light on the side to quickly cover Etianyan, and a stream of memories flowed into his mind. Etianyan began to accept these memories. One by one, he used the appraisal eye to record all the information he got. There were a lot of memories, most of which were amazing heaven-level martial arts, including the divine art of universe. The divine art of universe was the most important, and the rest of the heaven-level martial arts could only be regarded as a foil. The most powerful one was the divine art of universe. The heaven-creating divine king relied on it to become one of the strongest divine kings. In addition to that, there was a pile of experience. Some are cultivation experience, and some are divine rune master experience. All of this was meaningless to him. He did not need these so-called insights. He just needed to practice more and gain proficiency. He did not need any insights at all. Chapter 547. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye almost a week had passed. The Heaven Ascending Divine altar was the Heavenly Netherworld altar. Its real name was Heaven Ascending Divine altar, but it was taken over by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, so it was renamed to Heavenly Netherworld altar. Many people thought that such a magnificent building was built by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Now, there were many cultivators from the Heaven Netherworld Divine Kingdom surrounding the Heaven Ascension Divine altar. They even searched inside and out, almost flipping the Heaven Ascension Divine altar. Spirit King Stage cultivators seemed to have been dispatched to block this place, and the strongest among them had reached the pinnacle level. As for the Saint King Stage cultivators, they were also dispatched to guard the Heaven Ascending Divine altar. He was not the Holy Lord, but the Imperial Preceptor of the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, the strongest existence under the Holy Lord. He was also a very strong Divine Rune Master. Although he was not at the Creator level, he was at least at the Divine Rune Grandmaster level, and he was a life rank Divine Rune Grandmaster. Becoming a Creator-level Divine Rune Master was too difficult. Even if he had reached the Holy Lord level, he still had a long way to go. Originally, the Imperial Preceptor would not come here, but who knew that there was a secret passage here, so he had no choice but to come here in person. He began to investigate in detail, spreading his spiritual sense in all directions. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, he would immediately rush over. There is a secret passage here that we don't know. A handsome, middle-aged man's gaze was like an arrow as he coldly stared at the wall made of mystic gold stone, wanting to see something from this divine imprint. Along the way, he kept reaching out and patting the wall, trying to see if there were any changes. However, he had been here for a few days, and he had almost searched the inside and outside, but he still couldn't find a single entrance. Were the 6 of you guarding it at that time? He turned his head and looked at the 6 people kneeling on the ground behind him. They were the 6 guards who were guarding the door at that time. They were all trembling, and they didn't dare to look up at the man in front of them. Imperial Preceptor, it was indeed the 6 of us guarding the door at that time. One of the Imperial Preceptor said with a trembling voice. The middle-aged man in front of them was the Imperial Preceptor of the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. He was handsome, wearing a long robe, with his hands behind his back and 2 sword-like eyebrows slightly raised, looking at them indifferently. You couldn't see anything at that time? Imperial Preceptor asked indifferently. Yes, we can't see anything. We can't sense anyone passing by. With our strength, even if a Spirit King Stage cultivator is hiding in the dark, we can still detect him, they hurriedly explained. They did not want to show the slightest dereliction of duty. Otherwise, they would be dead meat. Scram! With a wave of the State Preceptor's hand, the 6 guards were immediately sent flying. They tumbled a few times before crashing into the wall. They immediately spat out blood and suffered light injuries. This was not a serious injury, just a minor one. It was equivalent to giving them a little punishment. Imperial Preceptor, we didn't lie about anything. We really have been guarding here all this time. We definitely didn't do anything else, and we didn't feel anything. They were panicking. If the Imperial Preceptor wanted to kill them, they couldn't stop him at all. Yes, it's very likely that he slipped in through some secret passage. Our soul sense isn't weak, and we've always been investigating the surrounding situation. There's absolutely no way that we've missed anything. They all pleaded for mercy. They didn't want to die. They clearly couldn't see anything. If they died just like that, it would be too unjust. I'm just punishing you guys a little. Although there's a possibility that they might have sneaked in through the secret passageway or through you guys. No matter what, as guards, you guys have already failed your duty by letting the enemy slip into your line of sight. The Imperial Tutor looked at them coldly. The Imperial Preceptor was very clear about the standards of the 6 guards, but it must be known that the surroundings of the Heaven Ascension Divine altar were completely bare, without any cover, yet they were still able to approach and enter the secret passage. How could they not be punished? However, if the other party was a Spirit King Stage cultivator who was proficient in concealment technique, it would be very difficult to detect them. This is our mistake. Please punish us. They quickly crawled up and knelt in front of the Imperial Preceptor again. Thinking of this, their faces turned pale. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Even if the other party came in through the secret passage, they still failed to investigate the surrounding situation, which was also a dereliction of duty. But they couldn't be blamed for this. The other party was too strong. You have been punished just now. If I really wanted to punish you, do you think you can still live? The Imperial Preceptor said coldly. Well, you can get out of here now. Thank you, Imperial Preceptor. They hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply, and quickly left. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the Imperial Preceptor changed his mind, they would be dead. Of course, the Imperial Preceptor wouldn't go back on his words. If the Imperial Preceptor's concealment technique was strong, he wouldn't be able to see them. The person was already dead, so killing these guards wouldn't help, and it wasn't a dereliction of duty. The secret passage? I've searched outside, but I didn't see anything. Where is it? The Imperial Preceptor had already searched outside, but he still couldn't find anything. He could only say that the other party knew about the secret passage, but he didn't know that Yi Tianyin came in through teleportation, which was something that the Imperial Preceptor couldn't figure out. At most, he could only imagine that the other party sneaked in through the secret passage, but he couldn't think of anything else. Inheritance. This is the Divine King's inheritance. If that kid got it, we can't let him go. The reason why the Imperial Preceptor came here was not for revenge. The 5 Spirit King stage experts were dead, but the Divine King's inheritance was the most precious. But after so many years of research, they still couldn't successfully obtain the inheritance. Over time, the Divine King's inheritance was abandoned, and it became a trial place for disciples. Now that the Divine King's inheritance was obtained, how could the Imperial Preceptor not care about it? When he was at his wits' end, the entire heaven ascending divine altar shook, and all the divine runes flickered incessantly. The group of people was shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, the surrounding divine runes released a ray of light, and the cultivators who were hit by the light screamed in pain as if they were burned. They turned and ran, quickly fleeing to the outermost area. The Imperial Preceptor quickly waved his hand to block the light. The light didn't have much effect on him, but it had a huge effect on the Void Spirit Stage cultivators. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely die. What's going on? Who activated this array? Did that kid get the inheritance? The Imperial Preceptor was shocked, and his heart sank. Of course, the one who caused this was Yi Tianyin. He let the Phantom control the array to drive out the experts of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. This is my territory. You want to dip your fingers in it? Yi Tianyin sneered. Although his cultivation wasn't up to the standard, he could still make the Phantom drive out this group of people. He wanted to get rid of all the experts of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. From today onwards, no one would be able to break in, not even the Holy Lord, unless the Holy Lord attacked crazily, but at most, they would only be able to scratch the surface. Chapter 548. The entire heaven ascending divine altar started to attack crazily. All the cultivators had become invaders and were attacked crazily. Many cultivators did not manage to escape to the outermost area and died inside. Those with stronger cultivation quickly escaped from the Heaven Ascension Divine altar, but they were also battered and exhausted, more or less suffering from injuries that were not light. The divine inscriptions on the Heaven Ascending Divine altar were extremely powerful. Every inch of the altar was filled with offensive divine inscriptions. Once an attack was launched, it would be useless no matter where one hid. State Preceptor also quickly retreated from the Heaven Ascension Divine altar. The effects of the attacks here were limited to him, but if he continued to be attacked for too long, he would not be able to withstand it. After the Imperial Teacher came out of the Heaven Ascending Divine altar, He saw the entire heaven ascending divine altar blossoming with dazzling light. At the same time, it was constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual power to replenish the consumption of the heaven ascending divine altar. Under such circumstances, the heaven ascending divine altar could maintain its attacks without exhausting too much energy. It must be that kid's doing. Imperial Preceptor's eyes were cold. He didn't expect such an ending. In an instant, most of his subordinates were injured, and some even died inside. Imperial Tutor, many of our subordinates have died inside. State Preceptor, what should we do now? One by one, they came to report. Their faces were filled with panic, and their bodies were also covered with wounds. It was obvious that they had just escaped. Their cultivation was not weak, basically at the void spirit stage, but they were still injured by the great array inside. If they continued to stay inside, they would die without a doubt. The Imperial Preceptor's face was gloomy. He was a dignified Saint King stage master, but he was forced to flee. He had originally come to investigate this matter, but who knew that he would encounter such a situation? It was tantamount to a dereliction of duty. All of you evacuate from here and stand guard outside. If there's any sign of trouble, intercept it for me. If anyone comes near, kill without mercy. The Imperial Preceptor gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." They looked at each other in dismay. This was the only thing they could do now. They just didn't know how the Imperial Preceptor was going to break this heaven ascension divine altar. If even they couldn't enter, their heavenly netherworld divine nation would become a joke. Didn't they say that this heavenly netherworld altar belonged to them? But now it had fallen into someone else's hands, and they had even chased everyone out. This was a great humiliation, a stain on the nether heaven divine kingdom's reputation. After the State Preceptor gave the order, he looked coldly at the heaven ascension divine altar. In the next moment, he flew over and slammed his palm down on the heaven ascension divine altar. In an instant, his Saint King stage cultivation erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Many trees around him were uprooted and turned into powder that flowed into his body. The spiritual energy and essence of the earth were all extracted by this palm. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 miles was completely extracted by the Imperial Preceptor. The palm that was pressing down emitted an emerald green light. Following that, a huge palm appeared in the sky. It was exactly the same as the Imperial Preceptor's palm. The only difference was that it was covered in green light, as though it was filled with life force. In an instant, everything within a 10-kilometer radius darkened under this giant palm. Everything was enveloped by this giant palm. The terrifying pressure caused the cultivators in the distance to run away in fear. Some of them couldn't escape in time and directly knelt on the ground, unable to move at all. Just the pressure alone was enough to make millions of people tremble and lie on the ground, unable to move. As for the soldiers of the Nether Heaven Divine Nation, they all knelt down and looked at the Imperial Advisor with the highest respect. The Imperial Advisor is invincible. The Imperial Advisor is invincible. They roared. Their emotions were stirred up by the power of the Imperial Preceptor. They wanted to see the Imperial Preceptor lift the heaven ascending divine altar. "Open for me." The Imperial Preceptor roared, and finally, a heavy palm fell on the entrance. He wanted to break the door and break the divine inscriptions along the way, so that he could enter. Previously, he had been crazily attacked inside, so it was not easy for him to do anything. Now that he was outside, it was the best time for him to attack. Boom! The gigantic palm came crashing down, causing the Heaven Ascension Divine altar to tremble. But it was only a slight tremble. There were no other problems. At most, a few small pieces fell from the corner. It could be said that it was just a superficial injury. However, the Imperial Preceptor did not stop attacking. He knew that this place was not so easy to destroy, so he could only attack madly. For a time, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. At the base of the Heaven Ascension Divine altar, numerous cracks started to appear, and the cracks spread out in all directions, forming numerous trenches. Fortunately, the Imperial Preceptor had already ordered them to stay away from here. Otherwise, they would really be affected by this attack. While the Imperial Preceptor was crazily attacking and breaking the divine inscriptions, Tianyin squinted and looked at the situation outside. The Imperial Preceptor is really impatient. He is about to start attacking. Can the heaven ascending divine altar withstand it? Tianyin turned his head and looked at the phantom next to him. This place had existed for many years, and he didn't know how long it could withstand such a terrible attack. The Saint King stage cultivation is very strong, but the heaven ascending divine altar is not a decoration. The phantom was angry. Since you want to destroy the heaven ascending divine altar, then kill all the intruders. Immediately, the phantom madly controlled the entire heaven ascending divine altar, and then the divine inscriptions on the top crazily gathered energy, and soon the divine inscriptions were completely lit up. When the Imperial Preceptor saw this situation, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Is this a counterattack? The Imperial Preceptor's face sank, but his attack did not weaken. After a while, the divine inscriptions finally condensed, and then a beam of light shot out from the center of the divine inscriptions, like a beam of light from the sun, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom! The terrible energy beam directly penetrated the huge palm and blasted in the direction of the Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor's face suddenly changed, and he quickly summoned a long spear to stab the beam of light. Boom! After the two collided, a violent light burst in the air, bursting out in all directions. At this time, they couldn't see clearly what was going on, but after a while they saw the Imperial Preceptor retreating dozens of miles, and there was a huge ravine in front of him, as if it was plowed by something, and there were bursts of white smoke. The Imperial Preceptor's body also emitted white smoke, and his clothes were burnt, and he almost evaporated. This power was too terrible. However, the Imperial Preceptor's strength was also not so bad, and he forcibly withstood the attack, but he looked a little embarrassed. Good, such a strong attack. Everyone gasped. Their Imperial Preceptor was already very powerful, but they didn't expect the heaven ascending divine altar to be even more powerful. The power of this attack is not bad. It is much stronger than the divine inscriptions I controlled before. Tianyin was shocked by the power of this attack. Chapter 549. Of course, your cultivation hasn't reached the Spirit King stage, so you can't really become the master of this place. That's why the amount of power he could unleash was very limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape more than one level. The phantom looked at him and said, "This is the defensive array that the master set before. If anyone tries to attack this place, they can fight back regardless of whether there is an inheritor controlling this place or not. Saint King stage masters can still be killed, but this Imperial Preceptor's cultivation is obviously not weak, but it's still enough to make him suffer." Tianyin nodded. His cultivation was very strong, and it was comparable to a Spirit King stage cultivator at the 6th or 7th layer. However, this place only allowed cultivators at the Spirit King stage. Even if he could kill a Saint King, he would still be at the Void Spirit stage. This was too rigid, but the rules were like this, and he really couldn't change them. Well, how many times can this attack last? Tianyin felt that this thing was really strong, but he didn't know how many times it could attack. Judging from the spiritual power gathered so far, it can attack 3 times. The phantom answered truthfully. Now that Tianyin had become an inheritor, he already knew everything about this place. If he reached the standard, Tianyin would officially become the master of this place. 3 more attacks? What happens after 3 attacks? Tianyin asked. At that time, how long will it take to attack again? According to the feedback from the Spirit Gathering Array, it will take about 2 days before it can attack again. If you can provide pure spirit jade stones, you can attack immediately. The phantom said, "If I can provide spirit jade stones, I can attack continuously? Isn't that equivalent to a powerful cannon?" Tianyin's eyes lit up. This was a cannon that could deal with a Saint King stage cultivator. If it was a cultivator below the Saint King stage, he would definitely be able to destroy a city. It was a pity that he couldn't get experience from this cannon. Tianyan guessed that he would only be able to get experience after he reached the standard and became the master of this place. Yes, as long as you have enough spiritual power, you can attack continuously. The Phantom said, TSK, this is really powerful. How many spirit jade stones does it cost? Tianyan nodded and asked. Roughly 10 million spirit jade stones per shot. The Phantom explained. Huh, how much did you say? Tianyan wondered if he heard it wrong. 10 million spirit jade stones for one attack. The Phantom repeated tirelessly. 10 million spirit jade stones per shot this cost. Although he had a lot of spirit jade stones per shot, it was equivalent to the cost of a low-grade sacred tool. He had a lot of sacred tools, but he could only use them for a dozen shots. Of course, he had a lot of sacred tools, but he could still sell them. It was just that one shot was basically equivalent to a low-grade saint artifact. The cost was truly terrifying. At first, he thought that if he spent less, he could throw everything at the Imperial Preceptor. Who knew that the price would be so high? Forget it for the time being. Oh, right, I wonder if we can fly in this heaven ascending altar. Tianyan was more concerned about this. If it could fly, it would be equivalent to a flying turret. He could fly directly to the heavenly underworld imperial capital and blast it a few times. Tianyan was more concerned about this. If it could fly, it would be like a flying turret. He could directly fly to the heavenly underworld imperial capital and fire a few shots. No, the heaven ascending divine altar is fixed and cannot be moved. Once it is moved, it will not be able to connect to the heaven realm, and the teleportation formation above will fail. The Phantom broke his fantasy. Okay. Tianyan was a little disappointed, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. The heaven ascending divine altar was built here for a reason. The coordinates here corresponded to the coordinates of the heaven realm, so it could not be moved at will. Otherwise, the heaven ascending divine altar would be surrounded by the forces of the flying divine kingdom. Bastard! The Imperial Preceptor outside roared and rushed over once again. However, he was met with a fierce blast that sent him flying again. Many cultivators from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom were also affected. They were instantly turned into ashes. Not even a speck of dust was left. After blocking twice, the Imperial Master began to suffer some minor injuries, but he could not damage the heaven ascending divine altar in the slightest. I miscalculated. The Imperial Master's face was gloomy. According to this, he could not attack the heaven ascending divine altar at all. This attack did not affect him much, but it interfered with him greatly, making him unable to break the heaven ascending divine altar's divine inscription. If that was the case, how could he kill his way in? The Imperial Master could only wait for a while and think of other ways. Inside the heaven ascending divine altar, Tianyan shook his head and said, "There should be no problem here, right? Can it withstand the attacks of the Holy King?" "No problem. Master's defense is not so easy to break, and there is also the support of Master's power. If we really attack, it will also activate the divine sense left by Master. Even if it is at the Holy King level, it can still be killed." The Phantom said in a deep voice, "It seems that I am not here, so I can rest assured." Tianyan nodded. He could not stay here forever. There was nothing good in the heaven ascending divine altar, only a pile of martial arts and nothing else. There were no weapons or pills here, only some inheritance. Although the concentration of spiritual energy was not bad, it would take a long time to absorb it to upgrade, and he did not rely on this method to upgrade. Unless the concentration was 10 times stronger, it would take a long time to upgrade. You want to go out? There are many enemies outside. You cannot easily escape. The voice of the Phantom was emotionless, but it knew the situation around it. It did not want the inheritor to die. Don't worry, you will know this later. No one can stop me, including you. Itianyan said with a faint smile, "Speaking of finding the descendants of the heaven-creating divine king, I wonder if there is any way to do so." "There is." The phantom stretched out its hand, and a jade pendant fell from the air into Itianyan's hand. It explained, "This is the bloodline jade pendant. Once it meets the descendants of Master, it will definitely light up. So that's how it is. Then it will be much easier." Itianyan's eyes lit up. He was just about to say how to find these descendants. It turned out that there was such a jade pendant. Then everything would not be so difficult. After taking the jade pendant, Itianyan looked at the phantom and said, "Then I will leave this place to you. I will go out for a while. The next time I come back, I will be able to fully control this place." If his cultivation was not enough, he could not become the true master of this place. He could not use the power of this place, so it was useless to stay here. "Then how will you leave this place?" The phantom looked up and down at him. "I advise you not to leave here for the time being. Stay here and cultivate." The next moment, Itianyan's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the phantom. The phantom was stunned. It carefully explored the entire heaven ascending divine altar, including a large area outside, but it could not detect Itianyan's aura. Chapter 550. In a place 50 miles away from the heaven ascending divine altar, a figure suddenly appeared. This person is Itianyan. He teleported to a place 50 miles away from the heaven ascending divine altar. The original teleportation can only teleport 10 miles away, but after he upgraded it with 2 million crazy points, he can teleport directly to a range of 50 miles. Even the cooldown time has been shortened a lot. It only takes half an hour for him to teleport again. If he continues like this, it will only take a few minutes for him to teleport again. At that time, who can catch up with him? He is definitely the king of escape. Originally, he was not in a hurry to upgrade it. It's just that most of the guards are within a radius of more than 20 miles. If he teleports within 10 miles, he will definitely be exposed. At that time, he will be besieged by everyone, including the Imperial Preceptor. The best way is to spend 2 million crazy points to upgrade his teleportation, which is undoubtedly the best way. Teleportation is really useful. I wonder what expression the phantom will have. Itianyan smiled as he saw a group of people surrounding the heaven ascending divine altar from the back, making it impenetrable. As long as someone comes out from inside, they can't escape from their eyes. In addition, the Imperial Preceptor has been watching. It's impossible to escape from their eyes. Itianyan didn't plan to come out from the inside at all. He teleported to the outermost area and changed his face. Then he escaped easily. "Goodbye, you guys have fun." Itianyan didn't go to hunt these guards. If the Imperial Preceptor noticed him, it will be difficult for him to escape. Although teleportation of 50 miles is scary, a Holy King's spiritual sense can easily explore the situation 100 miles away. Unless he teleports to a very hidden place, otherwise it will be really troublesome to escape. Although the Imperial Preceptor can detect this side, he is focusing on the heaven ascending divine altar. How can he see the situation behind? Immediately, Itianyan turned around and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The next time he comes back, he will be at the Spirit King stage. If his cultivation is lower than that, there is no need to come back here. As for what happened to the Imperial Preceptor and the rest, Itianyan couldn't be bothered. He believed that they would definitely cause some damage. But as time passed, he could only choose to give up. At that time, he would send someone to keep an eye on this place. If the Imperial Tutor knew that no one was inside, how would he feel? After Itianyan left, he immediately rushed back to the Phoenix Nest. He had already stayed at the Heaven Ascending Divine altar for a long time, so it was time to go back lest they worry. Very quickly, he flew back to the Phoenix Nest. When he flew into the fire parasol tree forest, someone immediately intercepted him and looked at him vigilantly. "Who are you?" After seeing it clearly, a guard immediately exclaimed, "Lord Oracle!" Yi Tianyin had already changed back to that face, so he was immediately recognized. However, they still looked at him seriously and said, "Please show your token." The identity token was very important. Not only Yi Tianyin, even the other elders had to show their identity token when they came back. Disguising himself wasn't a problem, but the token was difficult to forge. Of course, the appearance was equally important. Both must be carefully examined to fully confirm the identity. Yi Tianyin took out the oracle token and handed it to the front. The expressions of several people suddenly changed and quickly moved to the side to make way for him. "Welcome back, Lord Oracle." Their tone was full of respect. They did not choose to reject and hate Yi Tianyin just because he was a foreigner. Yi Tianyin had done so many things here and had already been recognized by the Phoenix clan. Of course, no one would reject him. Yi Tianyin nodded and lifted his foot to walk inside. When he returned to the elegant residence, he saw Elder Luo playing with his granddaughter. A smile appeared on his face. "Daddy." When Yen saw Yi Tianyin coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up and immediately rushed to his side. The ice phoenix on the side also rushed over and kept pecking Yi Tianyin's body. It kept screaming as if it was blaming Yi Tianyin for not taking it with him. Okay, I'll take you out next time." Yi Tianyin patted the ice phoenix's head. How could he bring the ice phoenix to the heaven-ascending divine altar? "Daddy, I thought you didn't want Yen anymore." Yen looked at him with tears in her eyes, still clinging to him. "How is that possible? Don't you have Elder Luo to play with?" Yi Tianyin rubbed her little head. "Oracle, you're back." Elder Luo came over excitedly. Yi Tianyin did not come back for so long, and hearing that the imperial teacher came in person, they all felt a little worried. Now that he was back, Elder Luo was naturally happy. "Well, I came back safe and sound. I said there would be no problem." Yi Tianyin smiled and said, "Not only that, I also killed 5 experts of the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom and obtained the inheritance. It feels good. The Patriarch said that you should go and find her as soon as you come back." Elder Luo said with a smile, "Let's go now." Yi Tianyin said with a smile as he walked towards the Elder Hall with Yen in his arms. When they arrived at the Elder Hall, they happened to see Bai Shuihuang talking to someone. When they came in, Bai Shuihuang looked up and saw Yi Tianyin, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "I knew that you would come back safe and sound. You're a great hero this time. I don't dare. Without Elder Luo's help, I wouldn't have been able to do this." Yi Tianyin said very modestly, "You don't have to be modest. I know a little bit about what you did, especially about you killing 5 Spirit King stage experts. This kind of courage is rare even in the Phoenix clan." Bai Shuihuang smiled and said, "Although it's not a treasure house, it's still a great achievement to successfully defeat the heavenly Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom's forces. You are a great hero this time. I don't know what kind of reward you want, but I will try my best to satisfy you. Successfully completed, capture the heavenly Nether Heaven altar. Seize the treasure quest. Reward: 300 million EXP, 1 million crazy points, 50,000 SBS, 100 Phoenix clan favorability." At this time, the quest was finally completed and the reward was amazing. "As for the reward, I only need the soul accumulating grass." Yi Tianyin said with a smile, "Soul accumulating grass. This is difficult. We don't have any soul accumulating grass in stock at the moment. I would rather choose any high-grade sacred tool." Bai Shuihuang said helplessly, "Soul accumulating grass was much cheaper than high-grade sacred tool, but they didn't have any. In that case, I don't need it for the time being." Yi Tianyin shook his head. He had no interest in other things. "You don't even want high-grade sacred tool." Bai Shuihuang frowned. "I'm not interested." Yi Tianyin shook his head and said, "I don't need it. Why would I need it? What about the Imperial Phoenix blood essence? Bai Shuihuang squinted her eyes and looked at Yi Tianyan carefully. Yi Tianyan looked at Bai Shuihuang. It was indeed very precious. He felt that it wasn't as simple as giving her a reward. She wanted to make her a part of the Phoenix clan. However, he didn't have any objections. Anyway, he had a good relationship with the Phoenix race. So, he didn't mind if they wanted to get closer to him. Chapter 551. Although Yi Tianyan had never taken the Royal Phoenix blood essence, he knew that it would be beneficial to him if he had more of it. Because from the information he got from the appraisal eye, Yi Tianyan knew how precious this thing was. The Imperial Phoenix blood essence was able to suppress even evil souls, so its effects were evident. I thought you really didn't want any reward, but it seems that there is still something that you are interested in. Bai Shuihuang looked at him and smiled. Royal Phoenix blood essence is so precious, I thought it wouldn't be in the list. After all, it can suppress even the evil soul. Yi Tianyan did think so. He didn't feel much about the sacred tools, but the Phoenix blood essence was an exception. How could such a precious thing be used as a reward? Royal Phoenix blood essence is precious, but the merit of the divine envoy is enough to obtain it. Bai Shuihuang smiled and said, In that case, I will give you a drop of Royal Phoenix blood essence. How about it? Of course, no problem. This was an unexpected surprise. The reward for completing the task was more than enough to satisfy the reward. Although it wasn't given by them, it was impossible for such a task to appear without their help. Elder Luo and the others looked at each other. They didn't even think about this kind of reward, but they knew what to do after a little thought. With Yi Tianyan's strength, if they didn't give him a good reward, they were afraid that he would be disappointed. Immediately, Bai Shuihuang took out a box, which was exactly the same as the one in shopkeeper Ye's hand. Obviously, it was sealed inside. Every drop of Phoenix blood essence was sealed in this box to prevent it from being stolen and to prevent the energy inside from escaping. It's still the same. I'm afraid you need to unseal this box. Bai Shuihuang said and handed it to him. Thank you, Patriarch. Yi Tianyan took it. This was not a difficult task for him. By the way, I heard that you have obtained the inheritance. I wonder if you can tell me about the situation over there? Bai Shuihuang asked. Only by giving him a reward and getting familiar with each other could he ask about the situation. Actually, it's nothing. It's the inheritance of the heaven creating divine king. Yi Tianyan didn't need to be too secretive, because even if Bai Shuihuang begged him to teach her, Yi Tianyan wouldn't be able to do it. These martial arts could not be imparted to others, unless the other party was the inheritor. They had already sworn an oath, and if they were to impart it casually, it would be a violation of the oath. Even when the heaven-creating divine king was still in this world, he still wouldn't pass it on at will. He would still choose outstanding descendants. The inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king, their eyes were filled with shock. Although they already knew that it wouldn't be simple, when they truly learned that it was the inheritance of a divine king, they were still deeply shocked. They couldn't help but reveal envious gazes. In fact, a god king had appeared in their Phoenix race before, but that was a very long time ago. The inheritance that was left behind could still be preserved. The key was that the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king had a completely different meaning. They had all heard of the story of the heaven-creating divine king. He was a creator divine pattern master. Just this title alone was enough to shock the entire underworld. Congratulations, divine messenger. Not only did you help us eradicate the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, but you also obtained the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king. Bai Shuihuang's beautiful eyes flickered. It's just luck. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, Luck is also a kind of strength. Bai Shuihuang smiled and said, Divine messenger, you must be tired after rushing all the way back. We won't disturb your rest. Basically, everything that needs to be understood has been understood, so they didn't want to keep Yi Tianyan here. Yi Tianyan nodded. He also wanted to spend some time to absorb the Imperial Phoenix blood essence. He had planned to absorb it before, but he didn't have the time to do so. If there's any action, please come to me. I'll be happy to participate in this kind of thing. Tianyan smiled. Although he killed Ming Qin, he was still happy to eradicate the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Since divine messenger said so, of course, we won't be polite. If there's an important action, we'll let you participate. Bai Shui Huang said with a serious expression. Remember not to take the Imperial Phoenix blood essence at will. At least dilute it before taking it. Otherwise, even if you have the immortal fire, it will still be very painful to absorb. She thought that Tianyan would definitely absorb the Imperial Phoenix blood essence, so she reminded him. I will. Tianyan nodded. After saying goodbye, Tianyan brought Yin, and the others back to his room. After asking Pu Rin to look after Yin, he went to the cultivation room alone. Then he took out the first drop of Imperial Phoenix blood essence, looked at it a little, and swallowed it without hesitation. Although Bai Shui Huang said that he must be careful when taking the Imperial Phoenix blood essence, he still chose to take it directly. He believed that he could withstand the pain. He has the Dragon God's bloodline in his body, so he doesn't know if he will obtain the Phoenix bloodline after absorbing the Imperial Phoenix blood essence. After entering his mouth, a terrible heat flowed down his throat. It was like drinking magma, making his throat feel extremely painful. What's more terrifying is the terrifying Phoenix fire crazily rushed to his limbs, as if burning his meridians to ashes. If it was a cultivator with a lower cultivation, he would definitely be burned to death if he consumed it. But he is not a normal cultivator. He is a strong cultivator with a super strong physique. Humph! Tianyan snorted and quickly began to suppress the power of the Phoenix fire. The immortal fire in his body beat madly and easily absorbed the Phoenix fire. Under the crazy suppression, even the Imperial Phoenix blood essence can be easily suppressed. Soon, the blood began to become docile and eventually became a part of his body. Ding! Consumed Imperial Phoenix blood essence. Obtained Imperial Phoenix bloodline, first grade. The next level requires 500,000 crazy point to upgrade. It's normal for Tianyan to obtain first grade Phoenix bloodline so easily. A drop of Imperial Phoenix blood essence is only first grade. The point is that later he can use crazy point to upgrade it, which is something that they can't even imagine. If you want to upgrade the Phoenix blood essence, you can only do it by constantly consuming it. Tianyan doesn't need to do that. He can simply use crazy point to upgrade it. Let me try the effect. Tianyan stood up, his eyes surged with immortal fire, and the next moment his whole body immediately burst with terrifying immortal fire, and even a few phoenix feathers grew behind him, indicating that he has the Phoenix bloodline. Chapter 552. The effect of Imperial Phoenix bloodline is amazing. This is not beyond his expectation. This blood essence can even suppress evil soul. How can the effect be bad? This effect is really good. The remaining drop of Phoenix blood essence will be left for others to use. He doesn't need it for the time being. The rest can be upgraded with crazy point. This drop of blood essence is undoubtedly the best choice. He will give it to his subordinates who have a good physique of fire attribute. Upgrade Imperial Phoenix bloodline. Ding! Deducted 500,000 crazy point. Successfully upgraded Imperial Phoenix bloodline. The power of immortal fire tripled. Speed increased to 7 times. Next level requires 5 million crazy point. This Imperial Phoenix blood essence requires much higher crazy point than Dragon God bloodline, but the effect is amazing. It's not that Dragon God bloodline is bad. The effect is different. The consumption of crazy point is relatively different. 500,000 crazy point is still a piece of cake. It's relatively easy to earn crazy point. Well, I still need about 30 million crazy point to reach 50 million crazy point. This number is really scary. Tianyan shook his head. After saving for so long, he only got more than 20 million crazy point. If he wants to upgrade crazy mode, it will take a relatively long time. For now, it was better for him to focus on leveling up his other skills. It was best to improve them in all aspects. After all, 50 million Crazy Point can upgrade a lot of skills to a higher level. Most of them are very useful. Only when the level is upgraded will the effect be amazing. After absorbing the Crazy Point, he walked out of the cultivation room, and just came out, the guard next to him hurriedly said, "Sir Divine Envoy, Elder Luo asked you to hurry to find him. He said he has something important to tell you." Okay. Tianyin quickly went to find Elder Luo. Elder Luo is not there. He is accompanying his granddaughter in Qingyiju. As long as there is nothing to do, he will play with his granddaughter. When he just came back, Elder Luo saw him and walked over and said, "Our people sent back information. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation sent people to the mortal world. Although I don't know what they're going to do, I am afraid it will be bad for you, so I have to tell you about it." Didn't they send people to the mortal world? Ming Qian is dead? Tianyin frowned. His heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect to hear such bad news as soon as he came out. Although they didn't know if they would cause trouble for them when they went to the mortal world. No matter what, they would more or less be a little worried when they went to the mortal world. "I'm not sure about this. We only know that they are going to the mortal world. Most of the people they sent are at least at the core transformation stage, and they are going in batches. According to what we know, there are no less than 5 Void Spirit Stage experts and 1 Spirit King Stage expert. But he is just a first-layer Spirit King Stage expert. Since he has just broken through not long ago, the restrictions are not that strong. It will be relatively easier for him to go to the mortal world. Should we send a few Void Spirit Stage experts to support him?" Elder Luo's expression was solemn. He didn't know what power Tianyin had in the mortal world, but he treated Tianyin as his own friend and would definitely care about him. He couldn't send any Spirit King Stage cultivators, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Therefore, they could only send Void Spirit Stage cultivators. "No, I will go alone," Tianyin said solemnly. "If you go alone, can you go back?" Elder Luo was startled. Tianyin was so strong. How could he go back the way he came? "No matter what, I have to go back and get rid of them. No matter what they do, as long as they can threaten my power, I must eradicate them." Tianyin looked at Elder Luo coldly and said, "How long have they been gone?" 2 days ago. They didn't go for too long." Elder Luo said, Tianyin stayed in the cultivation room for several days. Who would have thought that after Ming Qin died, the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would still send people to go to the mortal world? It can only be said that conquering the mortal world has always been their idea. Ming Qin was just the one who carried it out. Now that he is dead, someone else will take over. 2 days ago? Then I will go back now, Tianyin said. "Daddy, are you leaving again?" Yan hugged his leg and didn't want to let him go. "Oh, yes, I have to go do something. You stay here and accompany your grandfather," Tianyin said. "I will be back soon. Don't worry." Okay. Yan didn't leave with him this time. She was a little more sensible now and wouldn't pester him. "Next time I come back, I will bring you delicious food." Tianyin patted her little head and immediately patted the ice phoenix next to him. "Let's go, old friend." The ice phoenix let loose an excited cry. She could finally get out of here. How could she not be excited? "Elder Luo, help me tell the patriarch that I can't stay here for the time being." When Tianyin sat on the ice phoenix, he turned his head and said to Elder Luo, "Yes, you will always be the divine messenger of our Phoenix clan. We will wait for your return." Elder Luo looked at him and said, Tianyin nodded and looked at Yen for the last time. He sighed deeply and left on the ice phoenix directly to Guangyin City. Ran Liangqin and the others were still waiting for him there, so he had to go back with them. At the same time, Ran Liangqin and the others had just come back from an inn in Guangyin City. They all had a satisfied smile on their faces. It is indeed the netherworld. The demonic beasts in the illusory fog forest are very good. We have made a lot of money this time. It is different with a sacred weapon. It is very easy to kill them. It is like cutting melons and vegetables. Yang Jiwen smiled happily and rubbed the sacred weapon in his hand. Lang Hu and the others were the same. With a good weapon, it was undoubtedly much easier to hunt. They had stayed here for a long time, so they couldn't stay in their room all the time. They still chose to go out and train. It was not easy to come to the netherworld. Of course, they had to train and strengthen their cultivation. I don't know when boss will come back. It has been a month. They shook their heads, but they didn't show any depressed expression. They all chose to stay here and wait for Yi Tianyin to come back. Buzz! When they were wiping their weapons, a large array suddenly appeared in the room and sealed it. There was no way to escape. At this time, two figures emerged from the side. They were two void spirit stage experts. Chapter 553. The entire room was instantly enveloped by a surging energy, sealing all the exits. There was no way to escape. At the very least, with their cultivation, they would not be able to break out of this formation in a short period of time. Clearly, this formation had been secretly set up long ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to appear here. Taking advantage of their absence, it had secretly come up and set it up without them knowing. The appearance of two void spirit stage experts immediately made them realize that they had fallen into a trap. You're finally back. You've really made us wait for a long time. The first void spirit stage expert walked out. His cultivation was not high, only at the third level of void spirit stage, but for the three of them it was enough. Not to mention two void spirit stage experts. Just one of them was enough to crush them. That's right. I've been waiting here for a long time. What a waste of time. Fortunately, you're back. Otherwise, I would have set up this formation in vain. Another void spirit stage expert smiled ferociously. Both of them didn't look very old, around 40 years old. Being able to have such powerful cultivation, they could be considered to have a very promising future. Ren Liangqin and the others' faces darkened. This wasn't a good thing. So it's fellow Taoist Jean. May I know what you mean by this? Ren Liangqin maintained his composure and stared at the man in front of him with a sharp gaze. They had seen these two people before. One of them was Jin Feng, and the other was Zhao Quan. They were both experts who were just passing by. He didn't expect them to come knocking on his door today. They had even greeted each other previously. Among them, Jin Feng was a pretty good 5th grade divine inscriptionist. He could be considered to have cultivated a little, but he wasn't very proficient in it. Even so, a 5th grade divine inscriptionist who could set up a grand formation was sufficient to temporarily trap them. Even without the divine inscription's grand formation, Qin Wentian could still kill them. With their cultivation bases, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. The problem was that he was worried that they would run away, which would make it extremely difficult to deal with them. There were rules in Guangyin City. No one was allowed to duel in private. If they were discovered, they would never be able to enter Guangyin City. Thus, they set up a large formation to seal off all the situations and sounds in this place. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the people outside when dealing with them. Nothing much. Just hand over the sacred artifact in your hands. We'll borrow it for a bit. Jin Feng snickered. Looking at the sacred artifact in Yang Jiwen's hand, his eyes filled with greed. The faces of Ren Liangqin and the others darkened. As expected, they were eyeing the saint weapons in their hands. When they were hunting demonic beasts, they happened to be seen by them, and now they were here. This so-called borrowing was definitely borrowing without returning it. After pondering for a moment, Ren Liangqin had no choice but to compromise. If it's a sage artifact, we can lend it to fellow Taoist Jean to play with. They couldn't escape, and they couldn't block their attacks. If it was just one of them, they might be able to escape, but now they had to face two people. Two void spirit stage experts. This is really not enough. No, at least 3. We are short of 3 divine instruments. They chuckled. They were not afraid that Ran Liangqin would refuse. If he refused, he would die. There's no need for you two fellow Taoists to ask for so much, right? At most, we can provide you with two. We have to keep the other one, Ren Liangqin bargained. Can't I have one in each hand? Jean Feng snickered. Not one less. Or don't even think about walking out of this door. Their faces darkened. Originally, they wanted to compromise and hand over two divine instruments to save their lives. It was better than keeping the divine instruments. If they lost their lives, no matter how many divine instruments they had, it would be useless. Now, they were asking them to hand over all the divine instruments. Obviously, they wanted to take all the divine instruments from the beginning, and they would not leave a single one for them. The three of them looked at each other and saw the decision in each other's eyes. Ran Liangqin nodded and said to them, "Fine, we will give you 3 divine instruments." Although it was painful, they had no choice but to do so in order to survive. Divine instruments were just external objects, and they had to do this to save their lives. This was the tragedy of being too weak. They could be bullied and robbed at will, and they could only accept it. After saying that, they threw the 3 divine instruments in front of Jean Feng and the others. It could be said that these 3 divine instruments were the most precious things they had, and the rest were far from being comparable to these divine instruments. When Yi Tianyin gave them the divine instruments, they were excited for a while, but they did not expect that they should not show their wealth, and in the end, they were targeted by Jean Feng and the others. They were simply hunting demonic beasts outside, and they also knew that they should not show their wealth, so they only took out the divine instruments to hunt demonic beasts when there was no one around. Who knew that Jean Feng and the others happened to see it, and they were immediately attracted. They even set up a big formation in their room, waiting for them to jump into the trap. Jean Feng and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly picked up the 3 divine instruments and touched them. Really good stuff, really good divine instruments. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. Although their cultivation was not low, their wealth was still on the low side. In the mortal world, void spirit stage experts could basically have a divine instrument, but in the mortal world, it was very unlikely that they could get one. After all, void spirit stage experts might not be everywhere in the mortal world, but at least they were not as high and mighty as they were in the mortal world. Can you let us go now? Ren Liangqin's eyes were cold, and he felt disgusted looking at their expressions, but he had no other choice. Hee, what do you think? Jean Feng took the divine sword and patted his palm, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Although I have the weapon, I still want to try it on you and see if this divine sword is sharp or not, and see how effective it is. You are going back on your words. Ran Liangqin and the others' faces turned cold, as they really could not believe their words, but in the end they still chose to believe them. After all, if they resisted, they would definitely die. They did not expect that if they did not resist, they would definitely die. What do you mean by going back on my words? It sounds so bad. I just want to use you to test my sword and see if you can dodge my attack. Jean Feng smiled sinisterly. Yes, we are just practicing our swordsmanship. You just need to dodge our attacks. We will not hurt you. Zhao Quan smiled sinisterly. It was impossible for them to let them go. Even if they handed over the divine sword, they would still kill them. No one would believe this *T, as it was obvious that Zhao Quan wanted to kill them, but he did not make it sound so bad. Set up the formation. Ren Liangqin and the other 2's faces turned cold, and they quickly set up the formation, ready to block their attacks. Although it was meaningless, at least they could put up a fight and not let themselves be captured. It seems that we can't wait for our boss to come back. Yes, it seems that we are going to miss our promise. Their eyes were filled with sadness, as they did not expect that they would not be able to wait for Yi Tianyin to come back after he left. Practice swordsmanship? How about I practice with you? Chapter 554. In this room that was full of divine rune seals, a person suddenly appeared at the side, startling everyone. When Ren Liangqin and the others saw the person who walked out, they were overjoyed. Boss! They shouted in surprise, and the stone in their heart was lifted. As long as Tianyin can come back, everything will be fine. Tianyin nodded. He had just arrived at Guanyin City and was looking for them when he saw this scene. Then he teleported to them without breaking the formation. He didn't want them to run away. Who are you? How did you get in? They were shocked. When did Tianyin come in? They had no idea. He just appeared beside them all of a sudden, startling them. Most importantly, the formation around them was not broken. How did he get in under such circumstances? You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that I came here to practice my sword skills. Tianyin smiled. He held the high-grade sacred sword in his hand tightly and walked toward them step by step. High-grade sacred sword. They gasped, and their eyes were filled with greed. A high-grade sacred sword was much more precious than a low-grade sacred sword. Even 20 low-grade sacred swords couldn't compare to a high-grade sacred sword. Although I don't know how you came in, I really have to thank you for bringing the treasure to us. They laughed. They had no idea what kind of person they were facing. Then they flashed and surrounded Tianyin. They looked at him with a sinister smile and said, "Did they call you boss just now? It seems like you are their boss. I didn't expect you to have reinforcements. However, as long as you hand over the high-grade sacred sword, we promise to let you leave. Otherwise, swish!" At this time, a sword light flashed. They didn't even have time to react. It was so fast that they couldn't even see it. When they looked at Tianyin again, they realized that his hand didn't move at all. He was still holding the sword and walking toward them. What was that just now? They frowned, but didn't feel anything wrong. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their arms. Immediately after, a pillar of blood spurted out. They didn't know when, but there were many deep wounds on their arms. However, they didn't lose their arms. Ah, ah! They screamed in pain and hurriedly retreated while holding their arms. The bleeding stopped very quickly, but their eyes were filled with terror. None of them knew when Tianyin attacked. All they saw was a flash of sword light, followed by a deep wound on his arm. Ren Yangqin and the others gasped. They did not know when Tianyin had made his move. They did not expect his cultivation to improve so much in just a few days. The two Void Spirit Stage experts were easily defeated. They couldn't even see any attacks. I'm already very slow, but I didn't expect you to still be unable to dodge. Come, let's continue practicing. Tianyin smiled. In their eyes, this smile was like that of a terrifying demon. Kill him! Jin Feng and the others roared. Since things had come to this, they had no choice but to fight. Those who were not injured quickly grabbed their weapons and attacked from both sides. Everyone burst out with their strongest qi. The qi of Void Spirit Stage experts crazily surged in all directions and slammed on the formation, causing the whole formation to shake. The sword light flashed in the air, turning into a net of light that enveloped the inn. Wherever it went, the furniture would be shattered into powder. If it were not for the support of the grand array, the sword light would have already soared into the sky and blown up the inn. They could still suppress the sword light and not be so overbearing. If the sword light broke through the formation, they would be exposed. Tianyin's eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled out his sword and slashed forward. The sword light flashed again. They were stunned for a moment. Then they felt a cold sensation on their arms. Soon after, they saw their arms fall from their arms like toy blocks, directly falling to the ground. Puchi! A terrifying pillar of blood gushed out from the broken hole, dyeing the ground red. When they felt the intense pain, they screamed in pain. But what they felt was fear, deep fear. If they were careless before, then this time they would definitely take it seriously. Who knew that they would be killed in a second and their arms would be directly cut off? They could feel that Tianyin had held back this time. Otherwise, his sword would have pierced through their hearts. You, who the hell are you? They were terrified and completely panicked. I'm not a god. I'm just taking care of my little brother. Don't you want to practice swordsmanship? I'll accompany you. It's not over yet. Take your time. Eteonion smiled. The nether heaven divine, sword in his hand, was not stained with a single drop of blood. It looked so clean. No, no. We were just playing with them. Please, please forgive us, Senior. They had a bitter face. They didn't expect that they would kick an iron plate this time. Moreover, it was a very hard iron plate. Yes, we were just playing. It was really just a simple practice of swordsmanship. We definitely didn't mean to hurt them. The weapons we borrowed from them will be returned soon. We have never used a sacred weapon before, so we just wanted to borrow it for fun. We really didn't mean any harm. Zhao Quan forced a smile. The bleeding had stopped, but his arm was crippled. Their faces were pale. It was unknown whether it was because of the shock or the injury. Don't worry, I was also just practicing swordsmanship. It's just that I didn't control my strength well. I'm sorry. Tianyan smiled. The nether heaven divine, sword in his hand, moved slightly. A beam of light flashed again. The next moment, their bodies fell. One of their legs had been cut off. Fear, deep fear. They were killed invisibly. In the blink of an eye, their body parts were removed one by one. Sir, we were really wrong. We were really wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy. Please let us go. They kept screaming and begging for mercy. They couldn't even run away now. All they could do was move their bodies to the wall, trying to avoid Eteonion's pursuit. I'm just practicing swordsmanship, really. Eteonion said with a slight smile. It's so charming. Their eyes were wide open. Deep down, their eyes were filled with deep fear. This was the scariest smile and the most terrifying swordsmanship they had ever seen in their lives. At this moment, their hearts were green with regret. They didn't expect to lose their lives in order to snatch the 3 sacred weapons. They originally wanted to kill them. Ren Liangqin and the others' cultivation was not high, but they had sacred weapons. It was very likely that their background was not simple. Chapter 555. Jin Feng and Zhao Quan dragged a trail of blood towards the corner of the wall. Although they lost an arm and a leg, they still have the other foot, so they can still move their injured arm a little bit. Because of this, they dragged a long trail of blood on the ground. It looked very shocking. But the pain in their body was completely swallowed by the panic in their heart. They didn't feel any pain at all. They just kept moving backward, trying to escape from here. Let's go. When they were about to reach the wall, Jin Feng and Zhao Quan slammed the ground. Even if their arms were injured, they still used all their strength to jump up and rush out of the wall. Although there was a big formation around them, they knew where the exit was so they could still escape. But a figure had already flashed in front of them and waved a sword at them. A sword light flashed in front of their eyes, and immediately they fell to the ground, twitching. They saw that there were more deep wounds on their necks. Blood kept flowing out. One sword cut their throat. They will definitely die. You! They stared at Eteonion, except for the word you. They couldn't squeeze out half a word. Not long after, they were completely dead, turned into 2 corpses lying on the ground. Ding! Successfully killed Jin Feng. Gained 13 million EXP for 1,300 crazy point, 300 SBS, 500 divine rune mastery. Obtained tyrant rune paper, rare. Heavenly raising sword, low grade sacred tool. Ding! Successfully killed Zhao Quan. Gained 12 million EXP crazy point. Killing them gave a considerable amount of EXP, but the items he got were relatively shabby. At least for him, who was used to killing Spirit King stage cultivators, it was indeed shabby. But low-grade sacred tools will still drop. Even if they don't, they will still drop something. Some of the things that dropped were related to them. Some had nothing to do with them. For example, Tyrant Rune Paper. They definitely don't have it. There are still a lot of things. Tyrant Rune Paper is indeed a good thing. This thing can be used to carve divine rune. He has used it once before, but he doesn't want to waste it. The more he used it, the less he could use it. Before he completely stabilized himself, there was no need to stick a tyrant pattern paper on every weapon he saw. This was undoubtedly a huge waste. In the mall, the price of tyrant pattern paper is equivalent to 5 million crazy points. Although he can afford it, he can't afford to waste it. Boss, you're finally back. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to wait for your return. They were incomparably delighted. They had waited here for so long for Yi Tianyun's return. Yes, I was busy with something, and this happened when I came back. Yi Tianyun nodded, but he wasn't worried about any problems. If they were attacked, the system would notify them. This was because they were their own generals. If their generals were about to die, they would definitely have to report it. At that time, he could only use the divine general summoning order to summon them to his side. This was the best solution. Sai, it's all our fault. If only we had just stayed here, we wouldn't have ended up provoking them. Yang Jiwen sighed. Although a sacred artifact was very good, it could easily attract the jealousy of others. What's the point of staying here? The best way is to make yourself stronger. No matter how many of these people come, we'll kill them all. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yes. The three of them were shocked. They had been blindly admitting their mistakes and had forgotten the most essential thing. As long as their cultivation was high enough, there was nothing to be afraid of. Pack up. We're preparing to return to the mortal world. Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand. The weapons on the ground flew over and fell into their hands. They hurriedly took the weapons and held them carefully. To Yi Tianyun, these were no different from scrap metal, but to them they were very precious treasures. Are we going back now? Their eyes lit up. Yes, and it's an urgent matter. We have to hurry back to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. If the people of Nether Heaven Divine Nation were to harm his forces, then don't blame him for being impolite. They quickly packed up. After leaving the city, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand. The ice phoenix quickly flew out and stunned them. Phoenix. They swallowed their saliva. This was a divine beast. They didn't expect it to become Yi Tianyun's mount. I didn't expect Boss to tame a phoenix in the blink of an eye. This is a divine beast. Yes, Boss is amazing. All right, stop flattering me. I won't fall for it. Hurry up and get on. Your flying speed is too slow. Yi Tianyun gestured for them to get on. At their speed, who knew how long it would take to reach the passageway? The Ice Phoenix's speed was top-notch. Its cultivation was much higher than theirs. It was definitely dozens of times faster than theirs. The time it took to reach the passageway was much shorter. Whoosh! The Ice Phoenix was very unhappy that others climbed onto its back. As long as it wasn't its master, it was a little repulsed. All right, just sit for a while. I'll reward you with some elixirs later. Yi Tianyun smiled and comforted it. Only then did the Ice Phoenix calm down. However, it still couldn't help but snort, feeling very unhappy. The Ice Phoenix quickly flew up. Its huge body could carry 5 or 6 people. Soon, it turned into a light blue stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The passageway to the mortal realm was quite far from where they were. Under the Ice Phoenix's guidance, it would take them a few days to reach it. If they were flying at their current speed, it would take them at least a month or so. We're here, Yi Tianyun said as he looked ahead. So this is the passageway to the mortal realm? It's much better than coming down here. Not far away, there was a fairyland-like area. The mountains were verdant and the waters were clear. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There was even white mist swirling around it. It really did look like a fairyland. You're thinking too much. That's the passageway we're going to. Yi Tianyun pointed to the sky in front of them. Everyone looked over and saw that the sky was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Thick bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the sky, smashing into the ground. With a loud boom, the ground was charred black. More accurately, there were countless charred areas in that area. There wasn't a single place in this area that was unharmed. Compared to the surrounding mountains with verdant hills and clear waters, it was a world of difference. From the looks of it, this place was also a beautiful place. It was just that it had been ravaged by the lightning for so long that it had become so terrifying. That's our passageway. Chapter 556. The terrifying lightning passageway did not require one to pass through as many places as before in order to descend from above. It was very simple. After passing through this place, one could successfully reach the mortal world. It was that simple. It was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to go up. The heavenly lightning that was flickering non-stop was no ordinary lightning. Instead, it was world spirit lightning that specialized in stopping those with powerful cultivations. The higher one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the boundary lightning was. If a holy king went up, he would probably attract even more terrifying lightning. At that time, even a holy king would be repelled, so it was not easy to go up. Even if a holy king could successfully go up, it was estimated that he would be half dead. The power of a holy king was very strong, but it did not mean that he was invincible. Under the boundary lightning, a holy king could be easily suppressed, and a little carelessness could lead to death. For those with low cultivation, the boundary lightning was very weak, but it was not easy to go up. At least, one must have some treasures, or be not weak to go up easily. At this moment, there were people riding on flying magical treasures, and even flying ships flying towards the black clouds. They were all in groups. In addition to going up in groups, more people flew up alone. Their cultivation was not high. They were all at the core transformation stage. Those who rode on flying magic weapons were naturally at the core transformation stage. These people could not fly, so they could only go up with flying magic weapons. The ship of the heavenly netherworld, divine nation, Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. At this time, the flying ship that was about to fly into the dark clouds was engraved with a huge netherworld character, representing the power of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Although there were many forces here, very few people would call themselves netherworld. Even in the netherworld, very few people would call themselves netherworld. Boss, what's wrong? They did not know that Yi Tianyun was going to deal with the heavenly netherworld divine nation, so they were curious why his aura suddenly became fierce. Our future enemy will be the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Are you willing to continue to follow me? Yi Tianyun said in a low voice. The enemy is the heavenly netherworld divine nation? They were startled. Although they had not been here for a long time, they had a general understanding of the forces here. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom was one of the top 5 forces. They did not expect that Yi Tianyun would actually provoke the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. However, they didn't think too much about it. After looking at each other, they said, "Of course, we'll follow you." Not to mention the nether heaven divine kingdom, even if it's the golden bamboo divine kingdom. As long as you want to fight them, we'll be willing to fight with you to the end. The golden bamboo divine kingdom's comprehensive strength was the strongest divine kingdom in the entire netherworld. It was rumored that there were countless golden bamboos there, and all of them cultivated the most tyrannical metal attribute power, making them invincible. All right, let's start with this ship and intercept them. Immediately, Yi Tianyun put on a mask for himself and the rest of them, putting on a simple disguise. They would still have to come down in the future. In order to be able to move around here easily, it was best to conceal themselves. Following that, he recalled the Ice Phoenix and led the way towards the ship. At this time, on the treasure ship of the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, many cultivators were chatting with each other, looking at the approaching black clouds. None of them showed a timid expression. After passing through this ship, we can smoothly reach the mortal world. Then we can start killing, right? Yes, originally there was a force in the mortal world called the Netherworld Empire. but who knew that it was overthrown by a force in the mortal world. Now they send us to annihilate them. Hee, so we can make meritorious contributions. My blade hasn't tasted blood for a long time. I don't know what the girls in the mortal world are like. If they are a little bit more beautiful, They looked at each other and sneered. They could see a lot of meaning from each other's eyes. They all wanted to eradicate the forces in the mortal world and reestablish a more powerful empire, in order to have a place in the mortal world. On this treasure ship, there were many cultivators. The lowest cultivation level was at the spirit core stage, and the strongest was at the void spirit stage. There were more than 1,000 cultivators on this treasure ship. Most of them were at the spirit core stage, the rest were at the core transformation stage, and the rest were at the void spirit stage. But this was not the first group, it was the second group. When Etianyan received the message, there was already a group of them going to the mortal world. This was the second group. After all, many days had passed, and it took them more than a week to get to the mortal world. This time was very short, but for them, it was more than enough to enter the mortal world. Here, they only needed to go through the passage to reach the mortal world, unlike the passage to the ghost world. Originally, the area around the teleportation formation was not dangerous, but as time passed, it happened to be a place of great danger, so it became extremely dangerous. Moreover, only there could be an entrance to the mortal world. Even if it was a place of great danger, it could only be built there. Therefore, from the beginning, the passage to the netherworld was not deliberately made to be so dangerous. Everything was formed by the heaven and earth itself. Just as they were about to go up with a beautiful vision, for figures suddenly rushed over and directly crashed into their group. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the entire treasured vessel was on the verge of collapse. As it swayed violently, many disciples were blasted flying. Those who couldn't fly screamed and fell from the sky, and finally they were smashed into meat patties. Everyone looked at the treasure ship in horror and found that there was a huge hole in the treasure ship. At this time a sword light flashed, and wherever it went, blood splashed everywhere, and all the disciples were cut into 2 pieces. The overbearing sword light slashed horizontally in all directions, and it was unstoppable. Who are you? One of the void spirit stage powerhouses roared and quickly intercepted. He held a sword in his hand, and without hesitation, he heavily slashed down from the sky. As the guards of this treasure ship, if the treasure ship sank, they would be severely punished. The answer he got was a sword light, and before he could react, he was already cut into 2 pieces, and his head was directly separated from his body. Before he died, he didn't understand what was going on. All he saw was a figure waving the sword in his hand, and a pair of cold and terrible eyes. Kill! Etianyan didn't talk too much with them, and immediately entered the killing mode, madly beheading the surrounding cultivators. They heard their conversation, and sure enough, they went up to wipe out the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. In fact, the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was just a stepping stone for them, and they would inherit the will of the Netherworld Empire and continue to occupy the other continents to completely occupy the mortal world. Chapter 5:57. Etianyan acted as the vanguard, and he didn't answer any of their questions. Ren Liangqin and the others also entered the killing mode, and they didn't stop at all. With a holy tool in their hands, even if they had to face a lot of core transformation stage powerhouses, they could easily deal with them. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. 10 times EXP card use. 50 times EXP card use. Experience cards were constantly being used. Experience cards that he had on him were used up, and those that he didn't have on him were bought from the shop. There were thousands of cultivators on this ship, so how could they miss it? After activating the skill, the EXP card started to increase like crazy. Although the core transformation stage cultivators still gained a few million EXP with so many EXP cards, it was still a good thing to accumulate. Moreover, there are also many void spirit stage cultivators on this ship, and they could gain a lot of EXP points by killing them. For a moment, there were endless screams, and some of them tried to escape from this ship. Because they couldn't fight back at all, they were being slaughtered, and they couldn't fight back at all. When they were about to escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Etionyan. They looked at him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't know when he had appeared in front of them. Wasn't he killing other cultivators at the edge of the battlefield? When they turned around, they found that Etionyan was still killing, and there were more Etionyan. There were 4 Etionyan. Under such circumstances, Etionyan had to use his doppelgangers. Otherwise, many of them would have escaped. The entire treasure ship wasn't small. If they hid in a corner and escaped when he wasn't paying attention, it would be very easy for them to escape. Therefore, as soon as they entered the ship, they immediately used their doppelgangers to kill the cultivators. With the help of the 7 of them, they quickly wiped out these cultivators. All of them screamed in pain, crying for their parents. But it was useless, because no one came to save them. No one had expected that someone would suddenly come to stop them. This was the famous ship of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. So stopping them was equivalent to not giving face to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Unfortunately, there are people who did not give face to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Etionyan was one, and the Phoenix race was another. A core transformation stage cultivator tried to escape, but before he could get far, a flash of fire engulfed him and burned him to ashes. Etionyan noticed this flame, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clearly, there were traces of the Phoenix race here. When he took action, he began to help eliminate some of the fish that had escaped the net. They did not dare to provoke a direct conflict with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, but sneak attacks were not a problem. Many of those who slipped through the net were caught by them, and not a single one escaped. Although Etionyan said that he didn't need help, the Phoenix race still sent a lot of people to help. Not only for Etionyan, but also for themselves. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom had to be eradicated. If they didn't, they would be the ones dying. Boom! Finally, accompanied by a loud noise, the whole ship was engulfed in flames. It was like a huge fireball in the air. Soon, the huge fireball smashed into the ground, and with a boom, it smashed a big hole in the ground. The treasured ship of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom was destroyed just like that. Thousands of cultivators were all killed. Not a single one was spared. The rest of the cultivators who passed by were scared out of their wits, and they didn't dare to approach this place. The cultivators who were originally flying to the mortal world were scared out of their wits, and they didn't dare to stay for even a second. They suspected that there was a murderous maniac appearing. Otherwise, why would he rush over and kill so many people? Regardless of whether it was related to them or not, they all fled to the side and looked at this side in horror. Ooh, boss, do you have more? The 3 of them were covered in sweat, and more of them were bloodstains. They didn't know whether it was their own or someone else's. Okay, let's go back. Etionyan threw 3 bottles of elixirs to them, and they didn't hesitate to take them and stuff them into their mouths. Although his hands were stained with blood, Etionyan never said that he wasn't a slaughterer. Killing was killing, and there was nothing to defend. Immediately, he flew them into the black clouds, and they soon disappeared in the black clouds. Many cultivators who were hiding on the side flew over again. Who are they? They even dared to intercept the ship of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. It's too scary. I don't know, but it's a good thing that someone can suppress the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom is too hateful. Previously, the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom looted the cities around us. They burned, killed, and looted. Don't talk so loudly. Let's leave quickly, or we will be the first to suffer. They didn't dare to continue the discussion here. They either left or followed them into the passage. However, most of them didn't dare to enter the passage. After passing through the passage, they would reach the mortal world. When they met Etionyan and the others, only God knew if they would be killed. Therefore, they all dispersed and spread the news. The Nether Heaven Divine Nation would not be able to keep its face. After flying in with them, Tianyin summoned the Ice Phoenix and gestured for them to sit on it. The Ice Phoenix screamed and quickly flew up to the thunderclouds. When the surrounding lightning sensed them, it quickly struck over. The thick divine lightning scared them out of their wits. At this time, he had the heavenly thunder divine bead in his hand. This was a treasure that he had obtained before. When he took it out, the surrounding lightning was quickly absorbed, and not a single one leaked out. No matter how much lightning came, the heavenly thunder divine bead could easily absorb it. However, this thing still had a storage limit, but at least it didn't. What a magical bead! They were surprised. No matter how powerful the divine lightning around them was, it was absorbed by the heavenly thunder divine bead. Hold on tight, we need to hurry back. Tianyin's face was gloomy. Since the Spirit King stage experts weren't here, it meant that they were likely to pass through the passage or die in the passage. In any case, he had to return to the Heavenly Clouds Mansion as soon as possible. A Spirit King stage expert could basically destroy everything, at least in the mortal world. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning kept coming from all directions, rushing towards Tianyin. After all, his cultivation was the highest, so the lightning that attacked him was the thickest and most terrifying. Tianyin looked up and saw that the divine lightning's combat power was as high as 50 to 60 million. Occasionally, 2 or 3 divine lightning with the combat power of 80 to 90 million would appear. No wonder the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to go up. Compared to the lightning that struck Rin Liangqin and the others, it was only a few million. Chapter 558. Go. The heavenly thunder divine pearl in Tianyin's hand was almost full. When a thick bolt of lightning was about to strike, he quickly waved the heavenly thunder divine pearl in his hand, and a thick bolt of divine lightning immediately met it. Its power was even more terrifying than the bolt of lightning. Boom! When the two collided, the bolt of lightning was instantly devoured. The remaining divine lightning struck the surrounding black clouds, and finally disappeared without a trace, without any effect. This bolt of lightning was not the limit. If it really was the limit, holy kings would have gone up long ago, instead of being trapped below. Therefore, no matter what he did, the surrounding scenery would not be damaged at all. At this time, there were a few cultivators on the side, constantly resisting the divine lightning. Seeing that they were so relaxed and riding a phoenix, they were really envious. The number of bolts of lightning that fell here would not decrease because of the speed. It would be as much as it should be. Similarly, the faster one's speed was, the earlier one could get out and not be constantly struck by the lightning. Riding on the phoenix was much faster, and in the blink of an eye, they flew up. It seemed that it would not take too long for them to easily pass through this passage. I'm ready to go through. Tianyin looked up ahead. As they flew forward, he saw a ray of light in front of him. Presumably, if they passed through this ray of light, they would successfully reach the mortal world. The process was not as terrifying as imagined, at least for them. With the heavenly thunder divine pearl, their cultivation was not very high, and the speed of the phoenix, they could easily go back. The danger was reduced to the minimum, and they could easily go back. The next moment, they disappeared in this light, as if passing through a layer of waterfall, drenching them. However, they were not wet at all. After passing through easily, they immediately rushed into the sky. At this time, what came into view was a boundless forest. This time, they were not teleported away casually, and they were still riding on the Ice Phoenix. There was nothing special about the surrounding environment. Below them was also an empty space, and there was no trace of a teleportation array. If they could go back from here, there would definitely be a teleportation array here. However, there was no teleportation array here, so if they wanted to go down, they still had to go through the Netherworld Passage. The Netherworld Passage was much easier than going up. If their cultivation was strong, they could easily pass without any pressure. because no matter how strong he was, his surroundings wouldn't change. "We're back," Ren Liangchen said as he took a deep breath. There wasn't much difference between this place and the netherworld, except that the spiritual energy here was far weaker than in the netherworld. Although it was a little lacking, they were most familiar with it. Most importantly, with their cultivation, they would definitely be able to occupy a place here. They didn't have to worry about how many people would make an enemy out of them. There were quite a few void spirit stage powerhouses here, so there was no need to worry about this. Well, let's go back now. Yi Tianyin controlled the Ice Phoenix and quickly flew back to his Heavenly Clouds mansion. The Heavenly Clouds continent, formerly known as the Nether Continent, now began to build an imperial capital or a large number of cities. Many rebels, bandits, and the like were completely wiped out. They just want to make the whole continent a safe place without any disputes and create a harmonious, heavenly cloud continent. They wanted to finish everything before Yi Tianyin returned. Because of this, Yi Tianyin gained a lot of EXP from eradicating the forces here. They thought that Yi Tianyin didn't know about it, but they didn't expect that Yi Tianyin knew about it and gained a lot of benefits from it. The accumulated EXP alone was enough for him to level up. Today, the imperial capital was still being built in an orderly manner by the spirit race. They wanted to build the safest imperial capital in the world. Even if a spirit king stage cultivator attacked them, they would be able to withstand their attacks. This was what they needed. Old ancestor, don't you want to take a break? The spirit race's old ancestor looked at him worriedly. The spirit race's old ancestor began to carve the divine runes on the wall. It was definitely several times sturdier than the netherworld prison. Xiao Qin had poured in all his energy to forge it. What's there to rest? I can still hold on. The spirit race's old ancestor said with a smile, "Don't think that I'm old. I'm stronger than you young people." The spirit race's old ancestor looked at him helplessly. But since the spirit race's old ancestor insisted, they could only let him do it. However, the other spirit race's old ancestor also continued to carve the divine runes, including Yi Qingxian and the others. As long as they were not lower than a 5th grade divine rune master, they would help to carve the divine rune grade array. Carving the divine runes on the newly built city wall or on the ground was quite a big deal. Because Yi Tianyin had left a lot of resources for them, they could be so willful. Just when they thought they could carry on smoothly, someone suddenly sounded the alarm. The entire imperial capital was ringing, and even places more than 10 miles away could hear the alarm. Everyone looked up, and the spirit race's old ancestor flew directly to the city wall. Yi Qingxian and the others also stopped what they were doing and quickly went to the city wall to see what was going on. They didn't dare to say that they were the strongest force, but at least many empires didn't dare to attack them at will. Not only were they not weak, but they were also allied with the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Therefore, they were very safe in the Heavenly Clouds continent, and no one dared to attack them. Now that someone suddenly came to kill them, they wanted to see who it was. Treasure ship. When the spirit race's old ancestor came up, he saw a huge treasure ship. There were many experts on it, and the aura they exuded was very terrifying, especially the experts standing in the front row. They released a power that made the spirit race's old ancestor tremble. This treasure ship was expensive, and it was a low-grade saint artifact. Most empires couldn't afford a treasure ship with a low-grade saint artifact. In terms of price, this treasure ship was at least equivalent to a medium-grade saint artifact, not a low-grade saint artifact. I don't know who you are, but please stop. The spirit race's old ancestor shouted loudly, signaling them to stop. Suddenly, a treasured ship came over, and there were so many powerhouses on it. How could they casually let them come over? Ha ha ha, don't be so long-winded. I advise you to surrender, or you will die. The middle-aged man sneered and said straightforwardly, "Your imperial city is not bad. It will be the imperial city of our heavenly netherworld divine nation in the future. and we will start conquering this mortal world from here." As soon as he said that, the aura of a Spirit King stage cultivator quickly pressed down on Yi Tianyun's body. Many people with lower cultivation were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 559. A Spirit King stage cultivator's cultivation was not bad in the ghost world. But in the mortal world, a Spirit King stage cultivator was like a god above everyone else. The concentration of spiritual power here was too low. Coupled with the lack of natural treasures, it was very difficult to break through. Some of the conditions allowed them to break through, but the concentration of spiritual power was too low, so they couldn't break through to a higher level. This was the only way to break through. So many strong cultivators left for the ghost world or the heavenly world. Only when they reached that level they would know about this. Now that a Spirit King stage cultivator was attacking them, everyone's face changed dramatically. Some of them even fell to the ground. They couldn't even resist. In addition to the Spirit King stage expert, there were also a lot of Void Spirit stage experts. They looked invincible as they charged towards the Spirit King stage experts. The battle hadn't even started yet, but their morale had already dropped by half. The legendary Spirit King stage cultivator. The spirit race old ancestor took a deep breath. He had obtained a lot of resources and his cultivation had improved a little, but he was still a Void Spirit stage cultivator. Facing a Spirit King stage cultivator, he was really powerless. He could feel that his opponent could kill him with a single slap, not to mention the Spirit King stage cultivator in front of him. Even the Void Spirit stage cultivator beside him was enough to fight him. Spirit race old ancestor, what should we do? Yi Qingxuan's face was cold. She also felt that she couldn't resist the power of the Spirit race old ancestor, but it didn't mean that she would give in. Activate the nation defense array. The Spirit race old ancestor said solemnly, "Even if we surrender, I'm afraid that they won't let us go. They might be heading straight for us. The Spirit King's departure should be to deal with them." Yi Qingxian nodded. Yi Tianyun had told her that they were going to face the most terrifying attack, so they had to ask for help. Who would have thought that all of this would happen so quickly? They were already right in front of them. Under the command of the Spirit race old ancestor, the nation defense array was immediately activated. Layers of thick shields immediately appeared, wrapping the entire imperial capital tightly. Although the overall arrangement of the divine runes was not completed, most of them were engraved. Regardless of whether it was done or not, they could only forcefully activate it. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, they would be the ones who would suffer the most casualties. When they activated the Great Nation Protecting Array, the experts on the treasured ships looked at them with disdain. "Lord Su, they actually want to resist? They're overestimating themselves." The Void Spirit Stage powerhouse on the side sneered. This nation protecting Grand Array was nothing to them. How strong could the mortal realm's Grand Array be? Su Guilin looked at the formation and sneered. "Since they want to resist, then let them resist. I will let them know that meaningless resistance will only increase the casualties." Immediately, Su Guilin flew out and flew towards the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital, waving his palm and slamming it down. "Break!" Su Guilin let out a long roar, and his palm flashed with a golden light. An ancient aura was released from his palm, and in an instant, thick clouds gathered in the sky. Then a huge palm broke through the clouds and slammed down on the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital. The giant palm instantly covered more than half of the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital, and the terrifying power made everyone's face change. Is this the power of the Spirit King stage? Boom! The giant palm slammed down heavily, setting off a violent explosion. The entire Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital was filled with the sound of explosions. Even the earth trembled because of the explosion. It seemed that this power did not belong to the mortal realm, but it was displayed in the heavenly clouds' imperial capital. The cultivators who stayed far away from the heavenly clouds' imperial capital trembled and looked at the heavenly clouds' imperial capital in horror. I don't know what kind of power the heavenly clouds' imperial capital provoked, but it's so powerful. They gasped and felt cold from head to toe. They originally wanted to join the heavenly clouds mansion, but now they didn't even dare to get close to it. After the explosion disappeared, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital was still standing. Apart from the explosion, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital was still intact. It was a powerful palm of the Spirit King stage, but the heavenly clouds' imperial capital was able to withstand it. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect that there would be a divine rune master of such a level in the mortal world. Su Guilin's gaze turned cold. Although he didn't use his full strength, he had at least used more than half of his strength. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to destroy the great array of the mortal world? The other cultivators of the heavenly netherworld divine nation were shocked. They didn't expect that the heavenly netherworld divine nation's divine rune master couldn't break the imperial defense great array. Great! We didn't get breached. The spirit race old ancestor is so powerful. He can hold on. Yes, we can defend the heavenly clouds' imperial capital. Their hearts, which had been filled with despair, were suddenly filled with hope. Although the imperial defense great array could withstand it, the spirit race old ancestor who was standing on the city wall was pale. His hands flashed with dazzling light, and he kept making hand seals. In order to withstand the palm, he had consumed most of his spiritual power, and he almost couldn't hold on any more. As expected of the power of the Spirit King stage, the spirit race old ancestor's face was pale, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Yi Qingxian supported him and said worriedly, "Old ancestor, are you all right? This power is too strong. If our imperial defense great array was engraved properly, we might be able to hold on for a few more times. But now, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for more than 3 times. Quickly take the people and escape. I will hold them off." The spirit race old ancestor said solemnly, "But no buts. Hurry up and leave. It's more important to save our lives. We must hold on until the Spirit King comes back." Unfortunately, the Spirit King didn't even see the heavenly clouds' imperial capital, and it was already occupied and destroyed. The spirit race old ancestor shook his head, but he didn't despair. He knew that as long as he preserved his strength and waited for Yi Tianyun's return, there would be a chance. As long as the people were still alive, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital would never be destroyed. Old ancestor. Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth as she knew what to do. Finally, she knelt down in front of the spirit race old ancestor and kowtowed. "Old ancestor, take care." After kowtowing, she immediately rushed down and was ready to leave with the people. At this point, it was the only thing she could do. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the cultivators on the treasure ship surrounded them. Just a few void spirit stage experts were guarding in all directions, and they had already blocked their escape route. "You want to escape? That's impossible." They smiled coldly. They had come prepared, so how could they let them escape? The danger is getting closer and closer. Yi Tianyun feels something is wrong while flying. He always has a sense of crisis hanging in his heart. Chapter 560. The heavenly clouds' imperial capital was completely surrounded, and there was basically no way to escape. Even if they could fly, it would be useless. There were a lot of enemies who could fly, especially core transformation stage powerhouses. They would definitely be able to crush them easily. Fortunately, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital didn't have all of its forces here. Many forces had gone to other cities to manage. After all, there were many cities in the Netherworld Empire that could be directly managed. Under their management, and with the eradication of a lot of bandits, a lot of residents came to the imperial capital, especially those from the heavenly border continent and the earthly border continent. Previously, this place was a dangerous place, and no one dared to come here at will. Originally, this was the territory of the Netherworld Empire, so who would dare to come here at will? Most of the people here were vicious people, and they would kill if they didn't agree. Therefore, this place was simply a paradise for crime. There were many people here whose hands were stained with innocent blood. In order to escape the pursuit of their enemies, they all fled to the Netherworld continent. Now that it was occupied by Eteonian, there was a big cleansing, as if he wanted to wash away the smell of blood in this place. This made the Heavenly Clouds continent lively, and many cultivators came to join the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. They wanted to join as soon as the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was upgraded to the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Otherwise, it would be more difficult for them to join. Because of this, many forces split up. Who would have thought that there would be so many experts coming to kill them? However, they knew that it was the wisest choice to split up, or else they would be wiped out. Want to escape? Do you think it's possible? Su Guilin's eyes were like torches. He could see every detail in the imperial capital, so it was impossible to escape from under his eyes unless he was alone. However, there were thousands of cultivators who came here, and they could definitely crush everything here. I will give you one last chance. Choose to surrender obediently, or you will be killed. Su Guilin looked at them coldly and gave the final ultimatum. If you surrender obediently and swear to become our slaves, I will spare your life, and you can become stronger under the protection of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They didn't want to kill all of them because they wanted to build a better city. They had just arrived in the mortal world, and they had too few people. In order to do things better, he had to recruit these cultivators for his own use. When the time came, he would let them charge and break through the enemy lines. It would be a very suitable choice as cannon fodder. Don't even think about it. The old ancestor of the spirit tribe said coldly, I would rather die than become your slave. They didn't want to die, but that didn't mean they were afraid of death. They had faced the danger of death before, but they still survived. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to persevere any longer. Is that so? Then go to hell. Su Guilin sneered. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down. The terrifying giant palm fell from the sky again. This time, it was more powerful than before. Good timing. The spirit race's patriarch quickly performed hand seals, causing all the formations to release their strongest effects. The protective barriers were pushed to their limits, and the offensive formations were released. For a time, countless pillars of light shot up from the ground. Due to the suddenness of the attack, several of the pillars of light pierced through several disciples with low cultivation bases, causing them to let out blood-curdling screams before falling from the treasured ship. However, most of the light beams were blocked by the giant palm. No matter how they attacked, it was futile. Immediately after, the giant palm slammed on the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital, causing the earth to tremble again as if the world was about to collapse. After the explosion, the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital was still standing, and the Imperial Defense Great Array was still intact. However, the divine runes had started to crack, and it looked like they were about to collapse. It was undeniable that the divine runes carved by the spirit race's patriarch were very powerful, but his cultivation base was too low. He couldn't hold on for too long in the face of a spirit king stage expert. It was already quite amazing that the divine runes were able to withstand 2 palm strikes. He even counterattacked and killed a few cultivators. Although their cultivations were a little low, it was better than not killing a single person. Bastard! Su Guilin was furious. Not only did he fail to destroy the Great Array, but he also killed a few of his own people. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was still a humiliation. It seems like I have to use my full strength. I didn't want to destroy this city too much, but it seems like it's impossible now. Su Guilin kept his strength because he didn't want to destroy the city. Before he came here, he said that he wanted the city to be the imperial capital, so he didn't want to destroy it. Immediately, Su Guilin's strength surged. and a shadow of a giant bear appeared behind him. It waved its huge palm and slammed down again. Boom! 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 The violent explosion sounded again, and it was several times more terrifying than before. The ground outside the imperial capital cracked, and it looked like it was going to collapse at any time. However, after the explosion dissipated, the great array was still not destroyed, and it was still tenaciously holding on. It was really terrifying. How is this possible? Su Guilin was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that they still couldn't break through the imperial capital. Was the mortal world really that strong? If he observed carefully, he would find that all the spirit race's clansmen were releasing their power into the divine rune great array to maximize the power of the divine rune great array. It was a level stronger than the divine rune great array released by the spirit race's old ancestor. However, such a terrifying palm strike made their faces pale. Among them, the spirit race's old ancestor even spat out a mouthful of blood. But he still stood there firmly, motionless, and stubbornly held on. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it so easily. They had long been prepared to die. Even if they died, they had to resist their power. Good, good, good. Let's see how long you can hold on. Immediately, Su Guilin seemed to have gone mad, and he slapped down madly. Then he slapped down several times in a row on the great array. Finally, with a loud bang, the great array collapsed in an instant. After the terrifying giant palm broke through the great array, it continued to move towards them. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. How could they dodge it? At this time, a figure rushed up, and his whole body bloomed with the most dazzling light. It was the spirit race's old ancestor. He burned the last of his blood essence to meet the palm strike. Old ancestor. Yi Qingxian shouted with red eyes, and her heart was filled with sorrow. Boom! The spirit race's old ancestor took the palm strike head-on, and the giant palm in the air was neutralized. But the spirit race's old ancestor fell like a meteorite. Yi Qingxian saw the opportunity and quickly caught it. The heavy pressure almost made her fall. Old ancestor. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were red, and she saw that the spirit race's old ancestor was on the verge of death. I'm sorry, children. I can't protect you. Spirit King will avenge us. The spirit race's old ancestor seemed to have thought of something, and he smiled slightly. Then he died completely. Old ancestor. Yi Qingxian and the others' tears fell uncontrollably. All the disciples of the spirit race were crying. Their old ancestor had died, just like that. You overestimate yourself. You dare to go against me? Only death awaits you. Su Guilin sneered. All of you kill your way in. Kill all the men and keep the women. Treat us brothers well. Yes, they shouted excitedly, and they all rushed forward. Yi Qingxian looked at them with hatred, and she shouted sorrowfully, Spirit King, we can't accompany you anymore. I'm sorry. They all stood up, ready to fight the enemy with everything they had. If the situation was not right, they would choose to commit suicide, or they would be humiliated. At this critical moment, a ray of blue light shot over from afar. A bunch of trash, I want you dead. Yi Tianyun's cold voice came from afar, and it pierced deeply into everyone's heart. Instantly, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. Spirit King. Chapter 561. Yi Tianyun's speed soared to the extreme. He could see everything from a distance, but his speed was still too slow. Even if he used teleportation, it was still too slow. In the end, he could only watch the spirit race old ancestor die, and in order to protect his people, he chose to resist the palm strike. If he didn't burn his blood essence to resist the palm strike, there would be a lot of casualties. After all, the majority of the people here had low cultivation. In the face of this terrifying palm strike, even if it was weakened a lot, he still couldn't resist it. Who? Su Guilin hurriedly turned his head. He felt a terrible aura coming from behind, and when he turned his head, he saw 4 people riding on the ice phoenix flying towards him. Su Guilin suddenly felt that something was wrong, especially this terrible aura. It made him feel powerless. The person who will kill you. Yi Tianyan stepped on the ice phoenix and instantly disappeared into thin air. Su Guilin was immediately stunned. How did he suddenly disappear? The next moment, a figure appeared in front of him and suddenly waved the heavenly nether divine sword in his hand. Su Guilin didn't even have time to react. He only saw a flash of silver light. When he wanted to move, he found his head flying high, and at the last moment he saw Yi Tianyun's terrifying eyes. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know how the other party had arrived. There was clearly a large distance between them. So how did the other party suddenly appear in front of him? Ding! Successfully killed Su Guilin. Reward: 410 million EXP, 5000 crazy point, 15,000 SBS. Obtained martial art, golden essence palm, golden mortal secret art. Reward: diamond armor, mid-grade sacred tool, diamond boots, mid-grade sacred tool, diamond godstone, rare material. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to Void's Spirit Peak stage. Yi Tianyan used the 50 times EXP bonus card to increase his EXP to 66 times. There are so many cultivators here. Naturally, he wanted to harvest them all. In order to become stronger, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't forget this point. If he wanted to take revenge, he needed to be stronger, otherwise, everything else would be useless. In the blink of an eye, Su Guilin was killed. The terrifying power shocked everyone. Everyone witnessed Su Guilin's strength. A Spirit King stage cultivator was killed by a single sword strike? Who are you? We are from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. If you attack us, our heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, will not let you off. Their voices were trembling. Their leader had been killed, so how could they deal with it? I will kill your heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Yi Tianyan laughed coldly and quickly rushed in. Even with a swing of his sword, he was killed in a single strike. He did not hold back at all. Even if he didn't need to use that much power to deal with them, his crazy damage mode was still activated. He was thoroughly enraged. He did not expect that he would still be a step too late in the end. If he had been a step slower, the Spirit Race Patriarch would have died. Fortunately, they weren't too slow. Otherwise, more people would have died. In his madness, most of the lives were easily harvested by him. For a moment, they were in a state of chaos and immediately fled in all directions. However, Ren Liangqin and the others flew over and quickly joined in the slaughter. The Ice Phoenix kept spewing out netherworld flames to freeze them. The power of the Ice Phoenix was even more ferocious, and it was at the Void Spirit stage. You want to escape? Go to hell! Yi Tianyan roared and released all of his core transformation stage pets. These were all demon beasts that he had captured before. He didn't release them when he was down there, mainly because he didn't want to attract people's attention. In order to kill all the trash as soon as possible, Yi Tianyan released all of his demon beasts. For a moment, thousands of demon beasts roared and rushed towards the cultivators on the side. The sudden appearance of a large number of demon beasts scared Ren Liangqin and the others. The cultivators of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom were also scared out of their wits. Why did so many demon beasts suddenly appear? The people of the spirit race in the heavenly clouds imperial capital were shocked by what they saw. That was indeed their Spirit King. Spirit King, Spirit King, Spirit King, Spirit King, Spirit King. Avenge the old ancestor. Avenge the old ancestor. Our king, our king. They roared in excitement. It was more of a catharsis than anything else. They had been suppressing their fear all this while. Their old ancestor was dead, and the anger in their hearts was even more intense. Some cultivators were knocked down from the treasure ship, and when they still had a breath left, they madly rushed out and killed the spirit race clansmen. In the face of the invaders, they didn't show any mercy. However, everything was over soon. Yi Tianyin summoned thousands of demon beasts and crushed everything in his way. In just a short time, the ground was already covered with corpses, and the ground was dyed red with blood. It was a shocking scene to see. This was war, and it was either you die or I die. After the battle was over, Yi Tianyin quickly recalled all of his pets. It was too shocking to leave them outside, so he decided to train them into a team of demon beasts. Qingxian, I came back late. Yi Tianyin landed beside Yi Qingxian and saw the old ancestor of the spirit race lying in her arms. He didn't die in peace because he knew that Yi Tianyin would come back to avenge them. I didn't come back late. It's just that the old ancestor. Yi Qingxian wanted to hold back her tears, but she couldn't help it. The backbone of the spirit race was gone just like that. Although the old ancestor of the spirit race was old, he still had a lot of life left. Usually he was very kind to them, and he even stood up for them at the critical moment. Don't worry. Although it's a painful memory, it will heal soon. Yi Tianyin looked at the old ancestor with respect, but he wasn't sad. Yi Qingxian nodded. She thought that Yi Tianyin was comforting her. Although it was painful, people who were alive still had to work hard to live and continue to fight. At this time, Yi Tianyin squatted down, and a light appeared on his palm. He slowly placed it on the old ancestor's chest. In a short time, the injuries on the old ancestor's body disappeared, and he even became 10 years younger. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Hey, is this the legendary spirit realm? Why is the spirit king here, and why is the saintess here? This. Yi Qingxian covered her mouth in surprise. Their old ancestor came back to life, and he even became much younger. It was a miracle. Old ancestor, you are not dead. I have brought you back to life. Yi Tianyin smiled slightly. He used his precious life to save the old ancestor of the spirit race, and it was worth 100 million crazy points. He had a total of 3 crazy points, and now he gave one to the old ancestor. This thing was very precious, but he felt that the old ancestor of the spirit race deserved it. He knew that the old ancestor of the spirit race had sacrificed for him over the years. For him, the old ancestor really regarded him as the king of the spirit race and supported him unconditionally. Chapter 562. I'm alive? Spirit race old ancestor was shocked. He thought that he was going to die, and he even lost consciousness. He didn't expect that he would come back to life in the blink of an eye. After confirming that he was alive, he confirmed that he was indeed alive, and he was even a dozen years younger. Yi Tianyin thought that the effect was amazing. He didn't expect that not only was he alive, but he was also a dozen years younger. Yes, you are alive, Yi Tianyin said with a smile. Thank you, Spirit King. Yi Qingxian wiped her tears of joy. She didn't expect that their old ancestor would really come back to life. The other spirit race members couldn't believe what they saw. Immediately they cheered. All of this was so incredible, but they all knew that Yi Tianyin must have used some kind of best-grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, how could he save the old ancestor? They could see that the old ancestor was dead, and it would cost them a lot to save him. For a time, Yi Tianyin's prestige instantly rose to the peak, and it was even more prestigious than before. Spirit King, I don't know what medicinal pill you gave me, but it's really a waste. Spirit race old ancestor shook his head. It was a good thing that he was alive, but he could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was really a waste to give it to himself. If he kept it for himself, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. They were right. It was indeed very rare, but Yi Tianyin still had 2 lives. He believed that there would definitely be more in the future. As long as he worked hard to complete the quest, there would always be a quest related to this. There is no such thing as a waste. You have paid so much for the sect, and if you are not willing to give this little bit of help, it would be too disappointing. Yi Tianyin said with a smile. Moreover, Medicinal pills are external objects. It's good that you can survive. Besides, the heavenly clouds empire still needs the old ancestor to manage it. Spirit race old ancestor got up and was deeply moved by Yi Tianyun's words. Spirit King, as long as you don't mind this old man, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Successfully subdued spirit race old ancestor as a divine general, gaining 50 million EXP 100. 000 crazy point, 100 commander points. A notification popped up indicating that he had successfully subdued the spirit race ancestor as a divine general. He had also obtained a large pile of experience points, which was truly shocking. It seemed that the rewards for truly subduing a divine general were quite plentiful. The higher one's rank, the more experience points they would receive. The ancestor of the spirit tribe was saved, so he was more willing to follow Yi Tianyun's orders. Therefore, it was only natural that he became a divine general. Although the others were very loyal to him, the meaning was different. It was not as bold as saving them. What's there to despise? We can all see how much you've sacrificed. Yi Tianyun smiled, and then his eyes darkened. These are the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They came from the netherworld world. I destroyed 2 ships along the way. According to the situation, I'm afraid that they will continue to send people over, so we must be extremely careful. Everyone nodded. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun's timely return, they would have been completely finished. As they occupied this territory, they felt that they had a bit of confidence in front of the empire. But now, it seemed that they didn't have such confidence at all. Now, only a small number of experts came, and they were completely crushed. They couldn't resist at all. Just the number of void spirit stage experts alone was much more than theirs. It was a complete suppression. Then they began to get busy and quickly repair the surrounding situation. After this battle, the loss was not too big. Most of the damage was just divine runes and other things. There was no problem with this. As long as people were still alive, everything could be repaired. At the same time, Yi Tianyun arranged for Ren Liangqin and the others to help. They were already part of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion, so they must help here. When the work was done, Yi Tianyun patrolled the main hall and nodded repeatedly. He was quite satisfied. The preliminary construction had been completed, and the speed was still very fast. Of course, it was extremely efficient to let the cultivators build the buildings, especially when it was the spirit race who built the buildings. They had some attainments in this area, which could be seen in the spirit race forest before. The houses were built very beautifully, and they were especially careful when it came to the construction. This was their imperial capital in the future, so they had to be very careful. Is there any news about the vital crystal? Yi Tianyun asked. This was related to the reproduction of the spirit race, so of course they needed to pay attention to it. There is no news about it for the time being. The spirit race, old ancestor sighed. This was a knot in their heart, but it was still okay. As long as their life was stable, they didn't need to worry about it for a while. Moreover, the previous vital crystal was not broken yet, so it could still last for a while. Yi Tianyun nodded and said, I will pay more attention to this in the future. It is indeed too rare. It is not easy to find. We can only look for it. If we can't find it, it can only be said that God is not willing to let us go. The spirit race old ancestor sighed and said, Don't worry, there must be a way to solve it. Yi Tianyun frowned. When he was in the ghost world, he had inquired about it, but there was nothing about it in this area. Needless to say, in the mortal world, if there was, with their current power, they would have already obtained it. Is it in the heaven realm? Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes and thought of a new place, the heaven realm. They had not searched the heaven realm, and they didn't even know how to go up there, so how could they find it? Spirit King, there is something I should tell you. Yi Qingxian hesitated, not knowing whether to say it or not. What is it? Yi Tianyun looked at her and his heart sank. Judging from Yi Qingxuan's expression, it was obviously not a small matter, and it was a big matter. This Palace mistress sure she was taken away. Yi Qingxian said awkwardly. What? Yi Tianyun's voice immediately dropped to the freezing point, and his aura suddenly erupted, causing the whole room to become extremely cold, and the temperature to drop more than 10 degrees. He was just about to finish this matter and go to meet with Shi Shuyun, but who knew that she was taken away? Who took her away? Yi Tianyun quickly calmed down, and when his aura was suppressed, they felt relieved, but they were even more shocked by his strength. Just his aura alone was enough to make them gasp for breath, and he was much stronger than the previous Spirit King stage powerhouse. I heard that it was an acquaintance, but I don't know who he is, and he is from the Heaven Realm. Yi Qingxian continued. Before Palace Mistress Shi left, she said that she will go to find your parents first, and she will come back soon. Go to find my parents? Yi Tianyun was startled. My parents sent someone to pick me up. Chapter 563. The sudden news really caught Yi Tianyun off guard. It was beyond his expectations. No wonder Yi Qingxian was too embarrassed to say it out. She was worried that he would be too excited. Everyone could see that Yi Tianyun had a good relationship with Shi Shuyun. If there was anyone who was closest to him, it would undoubtedly be Shi Shuyun. The rest of the women, including Yi Qingxian, could not get close to him. Only Shi Shuyun felt that they could get close to him. Now his reaction was just as they had expected. He was quite angry. Yi Qingxian thought in her heart, she doesn't know when Yi Tianyun will do the same to her. This person did not seem to be sent by your parents. It seems that he was a cultivator from the Heaven Realm. When he passed by, he saw that Palace Mistress Shi was extremely talented and praised her profound ice divine body, so he took her away. At first, Palace Mistress Shi was unwilling, but she still decided to follow him. In the end, she left the sentence. Yi Qingxian said in detail. So that's how it is. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Obviously, someone from the Heaven Realm came down to take a look. In the end, he saw that Shi Shuyun was a good seedling, so he brought her up to train her. He had already seen through Shi Shuyun's situation. Her physique was quite outstanding, but he did not know what kind of physique it was. Even the appraisal eye could not detect it. There were many things that could not be detected in detail. This had to be upgraded. Therefore, it was natural for her to be brought up to the Heaven Realm. The key was that she went up to find his parents. Could it be that his parents were from the Heaven Realm? Parents. Yi Tianyun had no feelings for these so-called parents. He had no impression of them at all. Thinking about it, he felt that it did not matter. For him, the most important thing was Shi Shuyun. As for other relatives, even if they were really related by blood, they would have to step aside if they annoyed him. After all, they were related by blood. But what was the point of not knowing them? Without any feelings, he would definitely step aside. It could only be said that Shi Shuyun's final consideration of going up was not for her own future, but to help find her parents. He did not know how to go up to the Heaven Realm, so he could only follow that person up. How strong is that cultivator? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown. I remember that she was a very young female cultivator in her 30s. She was even stronger than the experts sent by the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. At least that's the aura emanating from it. The spirit race ancestor replied. After thinking for a moment, he continued, At that time we thought they were here to cause trouble. Fortunately, they were just passing by as guests and had no interest in us. It just so happened that he took a fancy to Palace Master Shi, so he took her away. However, after taking it away, they also gave us a considerable amount of resources. For example, sacred artifacts and grade 5 and 6 medicinal pills. They are quite a lot. They even have 1 or 2 Tian tier martial arts. Their wealth is truly enough to put us to shame. The old ancestor of the spirit race shook his head. The things that the other party had tossed out were thrown to them as though they were trash. On the contrary, they treasured it very much. To them, this was something that they could never obtain normally. Tianya nodded. He is very clear about this point. The cultivation is not high. This is the case. The other party came from the heaven realm, so he was a spirit king stage expert. Sacred artifacts were just ordinary to them, so it was natural to give them some compensation for taking away such an excellent disciple. Heaven realm. Tianyun's heart sank. Now he wanted to find Shi Shuiyun and drag her back. He didn't want to look for his so-called parents. They could do whatever they wanted, and it didn't matter if they didn't see each other for the rest of their lives. In order to help him find his parents, he went to the heaven realm alone. God knows what kind of power that was. What if he treated her badly? The assessment of the heaven realm must be very strict, and he would have to go through layers of hardships. Thinking of this, Tianyan shook his head. He wanted to find Shi Shuiyun, but the situation did not allow him to do so. The Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom was eyeing him covetously. If he didn't destroy the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to go to the Heaven Realm. He didn't need to know the way to the Heaven Realm. He only needed to improve his cultivation to the Spirit King stage. Then he could go to the Heaven Realm through the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. The problem was how to deal with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. The Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom was a Saint King stage expert. Even if he broke through to the Spirit King stage, he might not be able to deal with it. Unless he was at the Spirit King stage, and with the help of the Crazy Mode, he would have a great chance to kill it. Or if he was at the Spirit King stage, it would be even easier. Let's stabilize the situation here first. Tianyan nodded and immediately made a decision. Shi Shuiyun's life wouldn't be in danger. After all, the situation wasn't as serious as he thought. Even if he recruited an excellent disciple, he would definitely be treated well. If he is held hostage, he will kill his way to Heaven Realm. No matter who it is, he must hand over Shi Shuiyun. What was left was the general situation. The overall situation was developing in a positive way, and it could be said that it was thriving with each passing day. The establishment of the Heavenly Clouds Empire wasn't a big problem. It just needed some time to be successfully established. After everything was settled, everyone went back to their own business. When Tianyan walked out of the main hall, he wanted to continue patrolling and go to the Heavenly Clouds Temple. Jiu Lingyun happened to come over from the side. Mansion Lord! Jiu Lingyun had become very capable. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her eyes had become very spirited. Compared to before, when she didn't have much confidence, she was now very confident. All of this confidence came from her strength. She was a peak 5th grade Divine Rune Master. Once she became a Divine Rune Master, she would become a monster. In the entire Heavenly Clouds Empire, except for Tianyan, Jiu Lingyun was the only one who could keep up with him. It wasn't because of her Divine Rune Master level, but because of her age. The old ancestor of the spirit race was the strongest Divine Rune Master, but he was already very old. Jiu Lingyun was still very young. In a few years, she would definitely become a Divine Rune Master. With such talent, it wouldn't be a problem for her to surpass the old ancestor of the spirit race in the future. Calling me Mansion Lord is too formal. It's better to call me Big Brother E. I haven't seen you for a few days, and it seems that you have made a lot of progress. Tianyan looked at Jiu Lingyun and felt very satisfied. He brought her back because of his kindness. He didn't expect that kindness would bring him a genius who could become a Divine Rune Grandmaster in the future. Yes, Big Brother E. Jiu Lingyun smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of joy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, Tianyan felt a noise coming from his chest. He quickly took out the jade pendant from his chest and found that the jade pendant had a huge reaction. This reaction wasn't to anyone but to Jiu Lingyun. Chapter 564. Tianyan didn't expect that Jiu Lingyun was the descendant of the heaven-creating Divine King. He thought that the descendant of the heaven-creating Divine King would be in the underworld. The most important thing was that she was so close to him. She was the descendant of a Divine King. Even if her bloodline was extremely thin, the effect was still amazing. After thoroughly excavating her bloodline, Zhu Lingyun's talent was brought into full play. At a young age, she had already reached the peak of the divine rune master level. At this time, her talent manifested. Although he didn't know which generation she was from, her bloodline was still inherited. It was very likely that with the improvement of cultivation, her bloodline would gradually awaken, and there would be signs of atavism. At that time, she might become the second heaven creating divine king. It was simply incredible. An ordinary-looking girl may become the second heaven creating divine king in the future. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. He remembered the previous task of cultivating a saintess. It was definitely related to this. If she didn't have talent, it would be impossible for such a task to appear. Thinking about it carefully, he had already kept a person who was likely to become a divine king by his side. If he didn't lead Zhu Lingyun into the sect, no matter how strong her bloodline was, it would be useless. Or rather, Yi Tianyin was just an ordinary cultivator. Without excellent martial arts and a large number of resources, he couldn't become a divine king. To become a real powerhouse, it was not possible to rely on bloodline alone. A large number of resources were needed to cultivate it. This was also the case for divine beasts. Without a good environment and a large number of resources, it was impossible to cultivate a powerhouse. What descendant of the heaven creating divine king? Zhu Lingyun was confused. She didn't know what Yi Tianyin was talking about. Yi Tianyin looked at her confused expression and smiled knowingly. You will know this later. Come with me now. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the cultivation hall. Although Zhu Lingyun was confused, she still obeyed his order and walked in. Soon, they walked into a cultivation room. Yi Tianyin slammed the door of the cultivation room and closed it tightly. There were only 2 of them in the whole room. Zhu Lingyun couldn't help but blush. It was very likely that something would happen when a man and a woman were in the same room. Although she believed in Yi Tianyin's character, she was still hoping for something. Unfortunately, she thought too much. Yi Tianyin couldn't possibly do anything to her. Yi Tianyin approached her and reached out to grab her head. He whispered, "Relax, I'll give you some of my memories." Immediately, a stream of memory energy surged over. It was all the contents of the inheritance of the heaven creating divine king, and it was transmitted over without any reservation. Although the heaven creating divine king's item was very good, it could only be regarded as good for him. No matter how strong it was, could it compare to his own system? A single crazy mode was enough to crush all martial arts. As the memories continued to flow into Zhu Lingyun's mind, she was immediately shocked by the vast amount of memories. This was especially so for the insights and memories regarding the Creator. This was a Creator-level divine inscriptionist, a legendary existence. Yet, Yi Tianyin sent it to her without reservation, which shocked her greatly. However, she had already made up her mind, so she quickly calmed down and focused on absorbing the memory. As a divine inscriptionist, her main focus was on the cultivation of the soul, so there would definitely be no mistakes in her memory. Very quickly, he transferred all his memories, including the universe divine technique. Although this thing was very good, it was something that he had made a vow to pass on. If he could pass it on casually, he would definitely pass it on to those close to him. It had to be said that this was the best martial art he had obtained so far. A martial art that could be cultivated to the God King level. How could he not want to share it with his friends? After passing everything to her, Yi Tianyin slowly released his hand. Zhu Lingyun just stood there, carefully comprehending the memory. He didn't do anything, just sat next to her, waiting for Zhu Lingyun to recover from the memory. He didn't know how long it had been. "Big brother Yi, how long have I been here?" Zhu Lingyun felt very embarrassed. She saw Yi Tianyin sitting on the side. It seemed that he had been guarding her. "Not long, it's just a little while." Yi Tianyin smiled and stood up. This was not nonsense. For Zhu Lingyun, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was just a little while. Wandering in the sea of memories, of course, it seemed like a long time, but in fact it was just a little while. It's good that it's not too long. She was afraid of delaying Yi Tianyun's time, and immediately said excitedly, "Big brother, the memory you gave me is too precious. This is the experience of a creator. And there's a lot of experience. It's really too precious, and those martial arts." She didn't even know where to start. Everything was too much and too precious. This was a matter of course. This was the memory of a god king. And the things given by it were things that even a Saint King stage powerhouse would fight for, let alone Zhu Lingyun, who had a relatively low cultivation. Although Yi Tianyin had given her a lot of divine inscriptions before, it was still a lot worse than the heaven-creating divine king. After all, he was a creator. "It's okay, it's all yours." Yi Tianyin thought for a while and explained, "I got these from the ghost world, and you are the descendant of the heaven-creating divine king." Yi Tianyin said the general content of the memory, that is, Zhu Lingyun's life experience, but he didn't know under what circumstances she came to the mortal world. It's very likely that her parents felt that they couldn't survive in the ghost world, so they brought her to the mortal world. Regardless of the reason, this inheritance was brought to her. Yi Tianyin thought that it would be very difficult to find a descendant, but he didn't expect to find one so quickly. Successfully completed. Find heaven creating divine king's descendant reward. 200 million EXP, 500. 000, crazy points, 100 heaven creating divine king's descendant's descendant. A pop-up window popped up at this time, and a lot of EXP entered his account. He thought that it would be difficult to find a descendant, but it seems that this is fate. If it were someone else, they would really have to look for a long time. I am the descendant of a god king. Zhu Lingyun was stunned. She really didn't expect her life experience to be so amazing. She had always thought that she was very ordinary. Who knew that the sudden news would scare her? Yes, so cultivate well. Don't bury the name of the heaven-creating divine king. Yi Tianyin reached out and patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "It seems that this is my luck. Having a descendant of the heaven-creating divine king by my side is really a big advantage." Chapter 565. After hearing Yi Tianyun's words, Zhu Lingyun smiled slightly, slowly knelt on one knee on the ground, and lowered her head. "It is my greatest fortune to be able to stay by Big Brother Yi's side." Her voice was full of sincerity. She knew that her identity was not simple, and she was the descendant of the heaven-creating divine king. Zhu Lingyun was very clear about the concept of the God King. It was the most powerful existence. As a descendant, she more or less had some blood in her, but for her, the kindness that Yi Tianyin gave her was difficult to repay in this life. For this reason, she has been working hard to help Yi Tianyin. This time, she carved a lot of divine runes for the Heavenly Cloud's imperial capital. She knew that she didn't repay any kindness by doing this. As long as she stayed here, she would feel that she was always receiving Yi Tianyun's kindness. Although this was a bit exaggerated, Yi Tianyin had given her a lot of resources in this regard, but he never thought that Zhu Lingyun would do anything for him. Even though Zhu Lingyun now knew that she was the descendant of the heaven-creating divine king, she still didn't feel proud at all. Instead, she was grateful to Yi Tianyin for his kindness. If it weren't for Yi Tianyin, how would she know about this matter? "What are you talking about? You are now the descendant of the heaven-creating divine king, and your future achievements will not be low." Yi Tianyin hurriedly helped her up. He really didn't know what to say when she knelt down so easily. "No matter how high my achievements are, you will always be my big brother, Yi. I am always willing to accompany you and serve you." Zhu Lingyun's beautiful eyes twinkled. Under her ordinary appearance, she had a pair of beautiful eyes. They were crystal clear and beautiful. "It's enough that you have the heart, cultivate well, and don't bury your talent." Yi Tianyin patted her on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If there is anything you don't understand, just come to me." Everything that needed to be said had been said clearly, and the rest was up to her to do. He believed that with Jiu Lingyun's understanding, she would definitely do better. After that, Yi Tianyan left the cultivation room and walked outside. Jiu Lingyun clenched her fists and murmured, "Big brother, Yi, I will definitely help you. Ding!" Successfully completed the intermediate Saintess training task, gaining 100 million EXP 100. 000 crazy point, 300 prestige point, 1 super enhanced lottery roulette ticket. After walking for a while, a message suddenly popped up that stunned him. It was actually an intermediate Saintess training mission. It seemed that there was also an advanced Saintess training mission. This was the same as before, and he would be able to obtain quite a large reward. It seems like the Heavenly Clouds Empire Saintess will belong to Jiu Lingyun. For now, he wouldn't announce the legend of Jiu Lingyun becoming the Saintess. Everything would depend on her own efforts. When her prestige was high enough, everything would fall into place, and he wouldn't need to push her behind the scenes. I even got a chance at the enhanced lottery roulette. Let me use it. Yi Tianyan opened the lottery roulette as he walked, and the huge lottery roulette immediately rotated. He also activated Luck Aura, and his luck suddenly skyrocketed. He didn't have to worry about who would see the lottery roulette. Anyway, what he drew would fall naturally, and there wouldn't be any interference. Stop! Under Yi Tianyan's instruction, the needle quickly stopped, and in the end, the needle pointed to a divine skill. Yi Tianyan's heart skipped a beat. He finally got a divine skill from the enhanced lottery roulette. What kind of godly skill would be drawn from such an amazing lottery roulette? Ding dong! At this time, a wooden box fell and entered the inventory. Yi Tianyan silently opened the wooden box, and soon the wooden box slowly opened, and a divine skill appeared in the divine skill column. Eye of Charm. Can charm the cultivator within Spirit King stage, excluding Spirit King stage, and they will absolutely obey your command. Level 1, no time limit. Once the connection is disconnected, there will be an hour cooldown. Can only control one person. Next level requires 2 million crazy points. Note, if the target's spiritual power is too strong, or if they are possessed by someone else, they may fail. Divine skill. Yi Tianyan's eyes lit up. It really is a divine skill. As long as he successfully controls someone, there is no time limit. This means that as long as he can control one person, he will be able to control them until they die, or until Yi Tianyan disconnects the control. This divine skill is definitely cruel. If it weren't for the 2-hour cooldown, he would have really gone berserk. He would have had no problem incessantly killing each other. This is really a good thing. It seems that this thing needs to be upgraded immediately. Ding! Successfully deducted 2 million crazy points. Successfully upgraded Eye of Charm. Next level requires 10 million crazy points. Successfully leveled up the Eye of Enchantment. The Eye of Enchantment has been strengthened. The cooldown time has been reduced to half an hour. The Eye of Enchantment has been successfully leveled up. This was the first time he obtained a divine skill, and he immediately upgraded it because the effect was too tempting. But after the upgrade, the effect was still a bit low. He thought that he could immediately increase the cultivation of the person he controlled to Spirit King stage, but it seems that he thought too much. It seems that he needs to continue upgrading it to Spirit King stage. But overall, the cooldown is reduced and he can still control 2 people, which is already quite good. Again, ding, successfully deducted 10 million crazy points. Successfully upgraded Eye of Charm. Next level requires 50 million crazy points. Successfully leveled up the Eye of Enchantment. The Eye of Enchantment has been enhanced. The cooldown time has been reduced to 30 minutes, half an hour. The user can now control 3 cultivators who are below the 5th layer of Spirit King stage. Finally, after upgrading 2 levels, Yi Tianyan could control cultivators within 5th layer Spirit King stage, but it was a pity that he could only control cultivators within 5th layer Spirit King stage. It seems that I need to upgrade it to 4th layer Spirit King stage to be able to control all the cultivators within Spirit King stage. But 50 million crazy points, Etianian shook his head. If he had 50 million crazy points, he might as well upgrade crazy mode. It was precisely because he didn't have enough crazy points that he couldn't upgrade crazy mode. But if he really had 50 million crazy points, he might not be able to upgrade crazy mode. In order to upgrade crazy mode, Etianian needed to be at the 5th layer of Spirit King stage. This was what he saw when he checked the divine skill. The line of words was quite small, so if he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. He had to admit that this was really a scam. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if he didn't know that he couldn't upgrade Crazy Point. Chapter 566. After leveling up, Etianian was satisfied. The next time he faced a Spirit King stage cultivator, he didn't need to kill them immediately. He would make good use of their strength to help him open up a path. This would undoubtedly reduce the feeling of fighting alone. Of course, he could rely on his doppelganger to fight against a group of people. The main reason why he could level up so many times in a row was that he could control the enemy and get more information. This was the reason why he leveled up like crazy. If he was worried about fighting a group of people alone, he would have leveled up his doppelganger a long time ago instead of leveling up his Eye of Charm twice. For the Divine Nation, only Spirit King stage cultivators were valuable. Therefore, he could get more information from a Spirit King stage cultivator. This was the reason why he leveled up so many times. After he charms others, he can get information from them immediately. He can also send a spy to help him gather information. This was not controlling others. It was equivalent to having a pet. Not bad, this lottery is worth it. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. Otherwise, I would really want to do it a few more times. Etianian shook his head. He wanted to spend a few million crazy points on the lottery, but the consumption was too high. If he still had the reward for killing a Spirit King stage cultivator, he wouldn't need to worry about this anymore. After the lottery, Etianian went out to summon all the experts within the core transformation realm. One by one, they stopped what they were doing and gathered around Etianian. Today, I asked you to come here for a simple reason. I want you to have your own pet companion. After he said that, he waved his hand and hundreds of demon beasts appeared on the spacious field. They had seen so many demon beasts before, but they didn't know that Etianian asked them to come here to let them choose their pets. Spirit King, you mean we can choose these demon beasts as our pets? They swallowed their saliva and felt shocked. Having a powerful demon beast as a pet was the ability of a beast tamer. They were not beast tamers, so they didn't think too much about it. Yes, you can rest assured that these demon beasts will not betray you. They will listen to all your instructions. He only needed to let these pets recognize them. He didn't need to do anything else. If everything was distributed like this, once a big battle broke out, he would also gain a lot of experience. Pets killing monsters was like his divine general killing enemies, and he would also gain experience as a reward. The problem was that it was difficult to control pets remotely, so it was easiest for them to control everything themselves. Everyone could see the shock in each other's eyes, but more of it was ecstasy. Immediately, they began to choose their own pets. Soon, many demon beasts were distributed to all the core transformation experts as pets. At this time, many core transformation stage cultivators were very excited, and their impression of Etianian increased crazily. Originally, there were too few core transformation stage cultivators who reached the standard. It meant that only a few core transformation stage cultivators had more than 200 favorability points towards him. Especially now that his force had expanded a lot, some strong cultivators chose to join him, but they still didn't know much about Etianian. Now, with such a reward, Lin Fan's favorability towards him skyrocketed. After arranging for the core transformation stage cultivators, they arranged for the spirit core stage cultivators, layer by layer. He had too many demon beasts, and they were always in the pet space, so it was best to arrange for them to be trained. Although he could summon thousands of demon beasts, their cultivation level was still too low for him. It would be more meaningful if they could have a higher cultivation level. After everything was arranged, he immediately went to Heavenly Cloud's mansion and arranged for these demon beasts. Basically, those who were above the spirit core stage were given these demon beasts to be managed by them. For a time, the whole Heavenly Cloud's mansion was in an uproar. How could they not be happy when the mansion Lord returned with so many good things? All of a sudden, their prestige skyrocketed, and those who didn't join Heavenly Cloud's mansion rushed to join. Becoming a disciple of Heavenly Cloud's mansion would give them a lot of rewards and martial arts, so how could they not join? Mansion Lord. About palace, Lord sure's matter. Yi Wei and the others came over one after another. Just like Yi Qingxian, they also knew about this matter. I already know about this matter. Yi Tianyan nodded and said, You know. Yi Wei and the others looked at each other, and after seeing that Yi Tianyan was fine, they were relieved. Mansion Lord, what do you think now? I don't have any thoughts. After dealing with things here, I will go to the heaven realm. Yi Tianyan said solemnly, Yes, you have to bring Palace Mistress Sure back. She's sacrificed too much for this place. How could she just leave like that? I feel that Palace Mistress Sure left because of you, potentate. Otherwise, why would she leave this place? Yi Tianyan was silent. How could he not know? If they went to the heaven realm, how could they meet again? The key was to go to a strange place, but the familiar place was here. If he left alone, he was afraid that there would be more disputes. I will. Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold. First of all, he had to improve his cultivation level and complete the main mission. As long as he could suppress the cultivation of the Spirit King stage, he would be able to move freely. After all, so what if he was a Saint King? He couldn't even ascend, so what was there to worry about? As long as he could stabilize the situation here, he would immediately go to the heaven realm and bring back the willful Shi Shuiyun. I hope they won't let me know that Aunt was forced to go, otherwise. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with killing intent. If the other party threatened Shi Shuiyun that if she didn't go to the heaven realm, he would destroy her sect. If that was really the case, even if it was the forces of the heaven realm, he would still kill them. Mansion Lord, there is a messenger from the Heavenly Dragon Empire asking to see you. A guard hurried in and said, Messenger from the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Yi Tianyan thought for a moment and said, Let him in. Soon, the messenger from the Heavenly Dragon Empire hurried in from outside. His cultivation was at the core transformation stage, so if he wanted to come here, he must be able to fly. Greetings, Your Highness. The messenger from the Heavenly Dragon Empire said respectfully, What happened to the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Yi Tianyan asked directly. Usually, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not send messengers to the Heavenly Dragon Empire if there was nothing important. Your Highness, something bad has happened. There are 4 empires that have gathered together and are planning to kill both of us. The messenger from the Heavenly Dragon Empire said solemnly. Chapter 567. The forces of the 4 empires want to attack us. Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold. His eyes flashed with killing intent. At this critical juncture, there were actually people who wanted to make a move on him. He didn't know who gave them the guts. Yes, the forces of the 4 empires have gathered and formed an alliance of empires. They are preparing to attack our Heavenly Dragon Empire. It should be said that they are already advancing this way. The emissary wiped off his cold sweat. They were already attacking this way. If they were a little slower, they would have already killed their way to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial capital. Why are they attacking us? Yi Tianyan asked. Have you investigated clearly? It might be for the territory, it might be for the treasures, or it might even be for the martial arts. He wanted to know why they chose to attack this place. They had always minded their own business, and the places occupied by the other empires were not any worse than the areas they were in. But now there were 4 empires that had joined hands to attack them. This was a little strange. If he did not exist under the combined forces of the 4 empires, they would definitely lose. However, to destroy the 2 of them, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. Although he could still afford this price, if he didn't have a target, he would be at a great disadvantage if he attacked casually. Especially between the empires, there was definitely a connection. But if their relationship was very good and they formed an alliance, it would be even rarer. Especially for the alliance of the 4 empires. If there was no power to combine, it would be impossible. I'm not sure about that. They came very suddenly. Right now, our borders have completely fallen, and in a few days they will completely kill their way to our heavenly dragon imperial capital. The divine envoy kept wiping off his cold sweat, his face pale. This was not because he was scared, but because he had been rushing over at his fastest speed and had consumed too much spirit energy, causing his spirit energy to be basically depleted. This was an extremely urgent situation. How could he not be anxious? He flew over crazily, not daring to stop and rest at all. Palace Master, when you were not here, the Heavenly Dragon Empire took good care of us and often gave us resources. When we were eliminating some rebels or bandits, they all helped us. Iyue's gaze was resolute. If not for Yi Tianyun's presence, they would have sent reinforcements. I know. You can rest here. I will rush over there. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was ready to fly to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Putting aside the fact that Ren Long was his sworn brother, Ren Jiro alone was worth saving. Of course, he had heard that the Heavenly Dragon Empire had helped them a lot. We don't need to take action. They were all stunned. They thought that he was going to bring a group of strong cultivators. But Yi Tianyin said that he would go himself. There's no need. By the time you arrive, it will be too late. Yi Tianyin said calmly, Your Highness, but... The divine envoy was speechless. He had heard that Yi Tianyin was very powerful, but it was only limited to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital. If they were outside the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital, they would not be able to control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. Their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. How could they fight? Now that they were attacking from all directions, they could not win by relying on just one person. No buts. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. I don't know if you're going to support them. It might be a trap to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so it's better for you to stay here and guard this place. Everyone was stunned. That was really possible. Yi Tianyin did not wait for them to say anything. He took a step forward and disappeared into the sky. His speed was beyond imagination. They were all dumbfounded. His speed was too fast. It was unbelievable. This is the power of your highness? The divine envoy was dumbfounded. Iyue and the others were also dumbfounded. How long has it been since Yi Tianyin broke through again? They had seen the flying speed of a void spirit stage cultivator. It was not even 1/10 of Yi Tianyun's speed. Yi Tianyin did not even summon the phoenix. The reason was simple. The phoenix's speed was slower than him. So, why would he summon the phoenix? Phoenix bloodline open. In the next moment, his entire body emitted inextinguishable flames, and even more phoenix wings emerged. His speed instantly increased by 7 times, and with a boom, even the air was broken through by him. In the blink of an eye, he flew a distance of 100 miles. It was truly terrifying. At the same time, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was in chaos. Most of the cities had fallen. The situation was much worse than before. Prime Minister Long did not need to occupy other cities at that time. They only needed to occupy the imperial capital. After all, what Prime Minister Long needed was this empire. If they were to flatten it all the way, they would consume a lot of resources. Right now, the 4 empires were ferociously pushing their way over. They first occupied the cities at the borders, and then closed in from all directions. Each of the four empires occupied a place and finally gathered at the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital. It was not clear which of the four empires would be faster. In short, the appearance of the four empires meant that all the cities in that direction had fallen. They were going to swallow up the Heavenly Dragon Empire, leaving nothing behind. In the main hall of the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital, Renjiro, Renlong, and the ministers looked solemn. This was a moment of life and death. How could they resist the four empires? I have already sent a divine messenger to the Heavenly Cloud's mansion to ask for reinforcements. I believe that reinforcements will come soon. Rinlong said in a deep voice, Heavenly Cloud's mansion. Everyone shook their head in despair. Heavenly Cloud's mansion was not even an empire. What was the point of looking for them? Plus, there were four empires now. What could a small Heavenly Cloud's mansion do? Don't we have His Highness? As long as His Highness returns, we will have a chance to win. One of the ministers thought of Yi Tianyan. He witnessed Yi Tianyan's power with his own eyes, so of course he would support him. His Highness is powerful. He can control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, but we are facing four empires now. Although it is not as powerful as the Netherworld Empire, the Netherworld Empire cannot afford to face four empires at the same time. That's right. I heard that even the old ancestors of the empires are coming. Not only are there Void Spirit Peak experts, but there are also Spirit King experts. So what if His Highness comes? We can't defend the Heavenly Dragon secret treasure anymore. They sighed deeply. There was no hope in their eyes at all. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Yi Tianyan, but the enemy was too strong. How could the brother and sister not be like this? They both sighed deeply. I hope, brother, you will not come to help. Renlong shook his head. He felt that it was a mistake to send someone to look for Yi Tianyan. This was basically a dead end. What was the point of sending someone to help? Brother, it seems like we can't defend the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Renjiro smiled bitterly. This time, they really couldn't defend it. That's right. Renlong sighed. Soon after, his eyes turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Even if this is the case, even if we die, we will fight until the very last moment. That's right. Renjiro nodded. No matter what the result was, they had to fight until the last moment. Chapter 568. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital was filled with despair. Many cultivators were panicking. Some of them even packed up their things and ran away. When Prime Minister Long and the others attacked the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital, most of them chose to stay. Now, they couldn't stay calm anymore. Even the number one ranked power wouldn't dare to fight head-on against four empires' powers. Of course, the four imperial forces didn't dare to attack the strongest imperial force at will. If they really attacked the strongest imperial force, they would suffer heavy losses. This was obviously not cost-effective. If they suffered heavy losses, they would probably be annexed by the other imperial forces. Therefore, they didn't dare to invade the strongest imperial forces at will. The overall strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was not bad, so it wouldn't be a problem to join forces with the four imperial forces to overthrow the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At the same time, in a city on the edge of the Heavenly Dragon continent, the guards were frantically resisting the invaders from the outside. Although there was a large array to resist the attacks of the cultivators, it was still very difficult to resist. The whole city fell into panic and despair. Kill them all. Kill all the invaders. Moss, the city lord of Huiyin City, roared and took the lead to kill the invaders on the city wall. The other guards also roared and kept killing the invaders. However, in the face of the endless stream of cultivators, their faces were pale, but they could only grit their teeth and resist. City Lord Amo, I advise you to give up resisting. Can you resist the forces of the Tian Luo Empire? The leader of the group was a Void Spirit Stage cultivator, and there were many core Transformation Stage cultivators around him. There were already hundreds of cultivators with him. among which there were as many as 5 or 6 core transformation stage cultivators and hundreds of spirit core stage cultivators. This was only one of the groups. There were still other forces rushing towards other cities. It could be said that this was an all-out attack. It would be a waste of time if they attacked the cities one by one. There weren't many guards in Huiyun City. The strongest was City Lord Mo, but his cultivation was only at the 8th level of core transformation stage. Facing the void spirit stage cultivator in front of him, he was like a piece of trash. Most of the rest were spirit core stage cultivators. Even if there were only a few spirit core stage cultivators, they wouldn't be so desperate. Most of them are in the core condensation realm. This kind of cultivation really cannot bear the other party's anger. Dong Lin, don't talk nonsense. Even if we die, we will not give up resisting. Mose snorted coldly and said angrily with his weapon in hand, "Once our reinforcements arrive, all of you will definitely die." "What reinforcements?" Dong Lin sneered. "Are you talking about the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital or the other cities coming to help? Or should he wait for reinforcements from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion? I heard that there was a prince who was very powerful. Or was it the power of Heavenly Cloud's mansion? The Heavenly Cloud Mansion was just a 3rd-grade force, yet they dared to come and help? I think they can't even protect themselves." "That's right. Even if we die and Huiyun City falls into enemy hands, Great Emperor Rin and His Highness will avenge us." Moss was very loyal to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He would never choose to surrender or betray the Heavenly Dragon Empire. "Ha ha ha!" Dong Lin and the others burst into laughter upon hearing that. It was as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Tears almost flowed out of their eyes. "Are you still counting on Great Emperor Rin and Lord Rin to save you? Let me tell you, if they are not in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital, they are nothing." Dong Lin laughed. "They are just a bunch of trash hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital, relying on the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to protect themselves. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital, they can't use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure at all. What's the difference between them and trash?" Moss and the others immediately blushed when they heard that. Dong Lin was right. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital relied on the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure to defend everything. But that was it. If they didn't attack and flatten the surrounding cities, they wouldn't dare to come out at will. What's the point of not being able to use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure once they come out? They had the divine tool, but they couldn't bring it out, so their strength was greatly reduced. Even if I kill my way to the entrance of the Imperial Capital, I won't dare to come out at will, let alone return to the Heavenly Cloud City. Isn't this the best proof? How many cities have we conquered? Where are the people? Tell me, where are the people? Where are the reinforcements? You are just a bunch of trash hiding in the safest place in the Imperial Capital. Who cares if you live or die?" Dong Lin's words caused their expressions to turn ugly. Every word he said caused their hearts to sink to the bottom of the valley. What Dong Lin said was the truth. However, they still had a sliver of hope in their hearts that the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital would send reinforcements. Now that so many cities had fallen, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for long even if they returned to Cloud City. Listen to my advice. What bullshit Heavenly Dragon Empire? They're all a bunch of trash, a bunch of forces that casually abandon people. You still choose to stay in the city? As long as you surrender to us, we guarantee that you will be 100 times better than the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Dong Lin continued to persuade them, but he was not in a hurry to attack. As expected, the fox's tail was revealed at this time. He had said so much just to make Moss's heart waver and choose to give up on returning to Cloud City. If they resisted, it would still be a little difficult to take over, and there would even be some casualties. If he could move his mouth and take down a city, why not? If he could incite them to attack the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital together, that would be the best choice. Don't try to mislead us with your lies." After Moss heard this, he said angrily, "The Heavenly Dragon Empire has always treated us well. Even if we die, we will not choose to surrender." Moss was not bewitched, his heart was still very firm, and he did not compromise because of this. The other guards looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. "That's right. Even if there is no support, we will not surrender." Many of the guards roared, their eyes red. This was their last battle. A bunch of idiots. Even at the brink of death, they are still so stubborn. No one from the Heavenly Dragon Empire came to rescue them, yet they are still so stubborn. Dong Lin laughed coldly. "It's a pity that you won't be able to see a group of turtles who only know how to hide in the imperial capital." "What bullshit, Great Emperor Rin. What bullshit, King. They're all a bunch of turtles." "We won't allow you to insult the Great Emperor," Moss said angrily. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Come on." They were fearless, not worried at all that they would die. "Then you can all die." Dong Lin pointed with his finger, indicating for his subordinates to charge forward and take over Cloud City. "Oh, who said I was a coward?" At this time, a ghostly voice appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a young man standing behind them. Chapter 569. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the word prince. They turned around and saw a young man floating in the air with his hands behind his back. He was staring at Dong Lin and the others coldly. "You are the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire." Dong Lin looked at Yi Tianyin from head to toe. He was shocked. Isn't he too young? He looks like he is less than 20 years old. How could he be a prince? Judging from the fact that he could fly, he must be at the core transformation stage. Rumor had it that the prince was very powerful. He could control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure and fight against Prime Minister Long. However, these were just rumors. Dong Lin and the others did not really believe it. Maybe he had fought with his life on the line and finally won. "That's right. That's me." Yi Tianyin looked at him indifferently. In his eyes, Dong Lin was already a dead man. "Uff." Dong Lin laughed. "That's right. You are not a coward anymore. However, you are an idiot. Instead of hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, you came out to help us. If you are not an idiot, then what are you?" Moss and the others' faces changed. Without the support of the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, how could he use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? "Are you done?" Yi Tianyin said indifferently. "Are those your last words?" "Last words? That should be your last words." Dong Lin was taken aback. Then he sneered. "Capture him. He is a prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Serve him well." "Yes." The core transformation stage, cultivators sneered and surrounded Dong Lin. How powerful could a young man like him be? They guessed that he had just reached the core transformation stage not long ago. Although he was a genius, he was no different from a child in front of a late-stage core transformation stage cultivator. When the core transformation stage cultivators surrounded Dong Lin, Yi Tianyin raised his hand and tens of thousands of flying swords appeared around him. He put on the Sword Master set and controlled tens of thousands of spiritual swords. He did not even want to do anything. He only needed the Sword Master set to deal with these trash, especially when dealing with so many cultivators. When one's cultivation was not high, using the swordsman set to kill them was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. What is this? When they saw tens of thousands of spirit swords flying into the sky, their hearts trembled. Even the spirit swords in the hands of some spirit core realm cultivators were sucked into the formation. "Go!" Yi Tianyin stretched out his hand and pointed. Tens of thousands of spiritual swords pierced through the air like a dense rain of swords falling from the sky. Swish, swish, swish! An air-piercing sound could be heard, followed by a series of silver lights that pierced through the cultivators who were rushing towards them. Even the core transformation stage cultivators were pierced through by these tens of thousands of swords. The rest of the spirit core stage Cultivators wanted to turn around and escape, but it was too late. Their speed of escape was far slower than the speed of the spirit sword. Ah, ah, ah! Their backs were immediately pierced by the spirit swords. Then their bodies swayed and they fell to the ground, blood staining the place where they fell. In the blink of an eye, most of the invaders were wiped out, and everything was easily crushed. What kind of divine skill is this? Dong Lin's face darkened. Even though his cultivation was at the void spirit stage, the feeling that Yi Tianyin gave him now was like that of a god of slaughter. Then he gritted his teeth and a low-grade, sacred artifact appeared in his hand. He swung it forward, and a thick light swept across the area, shattering the spiritual swords that were rushing towards him into powder. Compared to a sacred artifact, these spiritual swords were naturally rubbish. All of you are a pile of scrap metal. Break! Dong Lin killed his way towards Yi Tianyin. However, before he could reach Yi Tianyin raised his hand and pointed at him. A light beam pierced through his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. When he continued to fly forward, he found that there was a big hole in his chest. It was a ghastly sight. Is this the power of His Royal Highness? Dong Lin's vision darkened, and he fell from the sky. At last, he fell heavily on the ground, completely dead. He had killed Dong Lin with just a single finger. It was a piece of cake for him. Dong Lin was at the void spirit stage, but in front of Yi Tianyin. Even if he was at the peak of the void spirit stage, he was still a piece of trash. Without the cultivation of the Spirit King stage, there was no way he could stand in front of Yi Tianyin. When this scene fell into the eyes of Moss and the others, they were shocked speechless. Moss knew that Yi Tianyin was very powerful, but that was because he relied on the Heavenly Dragon's secret artifact to unleash his full power. But now Yi Tianyin was able to kill all of them by himself, which shocked them greatly. It was only a short time, but he already possessed such terrifying power? Clean up! Yi Tianyin put away the spiritual swords and looked up at Moss. Not bad. You didn't choose to betray the Heavenly Dragon Empire until the last moment. This was a very rare situation. After all, Moss and the others had chosen to resist the Heavenly Dragon Empire with their lives, which meant that they were still very loyal. The Heavenly Dragon Empire has been treating us well. There is no reason for us to betray them. Even if no one comes to help us in the end, we will accept it. Moss shook his head. Now that 4 empires had surrounded them, how could they come to help? Actually, we have always had reinforcements, but the forces here are too powerful, so we can't save them all. Yi Tianyin shook his head. Before coming here, he had killed many cultivators from other forces. Among them, there were many cultivators from the Heavenly Dragon Empire who came to help, but it was just a drop in the bucket. How could a weak empire, which had suffered from internal strife, resist the invasion of 4 empires? The spirit is willing, but the strength is insufficient. This is the current situation of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The best proof is that His Royal Highness is here to help us. Their eyes were filled with hope. Yi Tianyin's appearance was enough to make them more determined. Everything was worth it for him to come to the rescue at this critical moment. Then I will go to the next city to help and drive out the forces of the 4 empires. Yi Tianyin's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Collect all the spoils of war from their bodies and replenish your energy." After saying that, he quickly flew away and flew to the next city. Things were far from over. This was only one of the cities, and there were more important things to come. Moss and the others looked at the back of Yi Tianyin's back and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "His Royal Highness, I wish His Royal Highness victory in advance." When Yi Tianyin completely disappeared in the sky, they quickly came out of the city and collected all the spoils of war. Fortunately, Yi Tianyin came. Otherwise, all of them would have been destroyed. Chapter 570. The war was still going on. The forces of the 4 empires were crazily invading the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital. More, and more cities were occupied, and more bad news was sent back to the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital. The ministers looked dignified. This was not unexpected. They had not recovered from the previous civil war, so they were easily defeated. Originally, with Prime Minister Long and the others, they could at least resist a lot of experts. But now, not too much time has passed, and the losses have not been replenished. The other party was taking advantage of this moment to take their lives. This was taking advantage of their weakness to take their lives. The two armies successfully arrived in front of the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital. A majestic group of cultivators flew all over the sky or rode on the demonic beasts on the ground. The number of cultivators was enough to make one tremble in fear. Even the ministers of the Heavenly Dragon Empire joined them, which meant that they were traitors. This was not unexpected. They were timid and afraid of death. Not everyone was willing to sacrifice themselves to protect the city like moss. Renlong and the others stood on the city wall and looked at the traitors coldly. What could they say to these traitors? Great Emperor Rin, I advise you to surrender. Do you think you can defeat us with the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure? At this time, 2 Spirit King stage cultivators were riding on the dragon chariot, and a Jiao dragon was flying in the sky. It was easy to imagine that these 2 Spirit King stage cultivators were being dragged by a Jiao dragon. They were the great emperors of the 2 empires. They didn't expect that they would personally join the battle, but it was not unexpected. As a great emperor, it could greatly improve morale. The lineup of the 2 empires in front of him was indeed terrifying. In addition to the 2 great emperors, there were at least 10 void spirit generals, and as many as 70 or 80 core transformation cultivators, not to mention spirit core cultivators. As for those with low cultivation, they were left in the empires. In this kind of war, the strongest force was the foundation. There was no need for a large number of cultivators. This was no longer a case of having more people coming. The current situation was the best example. They were killing their way over very quickly. If it were cultivators with lower cultivation levels, who knew how long it would take for them to arrive? The eyes of Rinlong and the others froze. They were really killing their way over in a grandiose manner. The 2 sides in front were already surrounded. These were only 2 empires' forces. There were still 2 more empires' forces, and it seemed like they hadn't flattened the cities over there yet. Emperor Shao, I remember that our ancestors had a good relationship. Why did you join the battle? Rinlong stared at one of the lands and said coldly, There is no why. You just need to answer us. Are you willing to surrender or not? That's your answer. Emperor Shao was too lazy to explain anything to them. Great Emperor Shao ruled the Cloud Sky Empire, which had a good relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Their ancestors were quite friendly. Now that the previous emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had left, it was very likely that he had gone to the Heaven Realm or the Netherworld Realm. He had not existed here for a long time. As time passed, their relationship gradually cooled down, but the overall situation was still considerable. Usually, they would occasionally interact with each other. Who would have thought that they would send troops to attack them? This was something that Emperor Rin and the others had not expected. Initially, he thought the Cloud Empire would not be one of the empires that attacked the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Who knew it would be the Cloud Empire? By the way, why didn't the Tianluo Empire and the Dream Clouds Empire come here for a long time? Is it because there are more cities over there? Another Spirit King stage expert said while lying on the dragon carriage. He didn't look like a great emperor at all. Instead, he looked like a playboy. There were 2 peerless beauties beside him, and they were constantly feeding him spirit fruits. It didn't look like they were here to attack the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Great Emperor Zhuge, the situation over there is indeed more cities than our side, and they are a little stricter. That side was originally used to defend the Netherworld Empire, so of course they are a little stronger than here. Great Emperor Shao had already figured out the situation over there. Uffed. Great Emperor Zhuge couldn't help but laugh. It seems like they have suffered a loss and we have gained a lot. I didn't force them to make this choice. It's their own choice. It has nothing to do with me." Emperor Shao smiled. They had a good relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and they had already figured it out. Rin Long and the others' faces turned ugly. If this continued, they would be unable to escape once the 4 great empires gathered. "Great Emperor Rin, what's your answer?" Great Emperor Shao looked at him coldly. Ren Long's silence made him a little annoyed. "I have nothing to say to a piece of trash like you," Ren Long said indifferently. Even if he was facing thousands of soldiers, he didn't panic at all. At most, they would fight to the end. They would not choose to give up the imperial capital so easily. To them, this was a great humiliation. "Me," Great Emperor Shao laughed and said, "if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. Especially you, Brother Rin. As a great emperor, you haven't broken through after so long. It's really shameful." Great Emperor Shao said sarcastically, which made Great Emperor Ren's face turn ugly. If he hadn't been trapped in the coiling dragon cave for so long, he would have broken through a long time ago. Currently, he was stuck at the peak of the Void Spirit stage, and he was still 1 step away from the Spirit King stage. Great Emperor Shao and Rin Long were about the same age, but Rin Long broke through earlier than him. Ren Long's talent was much higher than Great Emperor Zhao's, but who knew that he would be surpassed by Great Emperor Shao? "Do you want to annex my forces just because we are too weak now?" Ren Long's eyes turned cold. "Isn't this a matter of course? I advise you to surrender, and I can spare your life." Great Emperor Shao sneered. "It will be too late when everyone gathers here. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. In our eyes, it's just a turtle shell. I heard that there is a king who can control the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, but what's the point?" The Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure was very powerful, but it wasn't invincible, especially when they didn't even have a Spirit King stage cultivator, so it wouldn't be a problem for them. Although Great Emperor Zhao's words were reasonable, Runlong's eyes were cold. "Then don't talk nonsense. If you want to occupy our imperial capital, then let's fight." Rinlong said coldly, "I will make you pay the price." "Is that so? In that case, there is no other way. When the other 2 empires gather here, it will be your death. Just wait and feel the fear of being surrounded by 4 empires." Great Emperor Shao sneered. "You don't have to wait. The other 2 empires won't come here." At this time, a figure flew over and floated in the air. Chapter 571. Brother E. Brother E. Renlong and the others were stunned when they saw Yi Tianyin. They thought that Yi Tianyin would not come back. They had heard that Yi Tianyin had gone to the ghost world, so they could not go there to inform Yi Tianyin. Who knew that Yi Tianyin would appear at this critical moment? Although they were surprised, they soon calmed down. Even if Yi Tianyin came back, wouldn't it be dangerous? He could control the secret treasure of the Heavenly Dragon, but how could he withstand the attacks of the 4 empires? His Royal Highness. Many officials were also stunned when they saw Yi Tianyin. They did not expect that the Royal Highness would come back at this critical moment, but he came alone. Where is the backup? The 2 emperors were stunned. They had heard that there was a Royal Highness who could control the secret treasure of the Heavenly Dragon, but they did not know where he came from. They knew that it was very difficult to control the secret treasure of the Heavenly Dragon, and it required a very strong bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon. This meant that the Royal Highness in front of them must have the bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon, and he was most likely a relative of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Of course, these were all guesses. They did not know the real situation. Now that a young man appeared in front of them, they were stunned. The legendary Royal Highness was this young man? No one would believe it, but it seemed that he could fly, which meant that his cultivation was not too low. Emperor Shao and the others squinted their eyes and looked at Yi Tianyin. They felt that it was ridiculous. No matter how strong he was, he was only one person. "You are the legendary Royal Highness? You look quite young." Emperor Shao couldn't help but laugh. "That's all. Even if a Royal Highness appears, can he turn the tables?" Emperor Shao, wait a minute. What did he say just now? Emperor Zhuge squinted his eyes. Compared to this young man, what he said just now was more noticeable. Did he say anything just now? Emperor Shao did not have any impression of him. What was the point of coming here alone? Did he just say that the other two empires would not come? Emperor Zhuge sat up and pushed the two beauties away. He looked at Yi Tianyan coldly. "Did you just say that?" "Yes. The other two empires will not come. I have already stopped them on the way and destroyed them," Yi Tianyan said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then the people from the two empires roared with laughter. They felt that this was simply a joke. He was actually able to stop two empires by himself. Even bragging had to depend on the situation, right? Not to mention the people of the two empires laughing. Even the faces of the ministers in the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital darkened. Even if they did not believe it, no one would believe it. Tianyan, no one would believe it. Who would believe it? Yi Tianyan, Yi Tianyan? Tianyan Ilong, Tianyan Long, Yi Tianyan, Yi Ren, Yi Tianyan Iti. Ren Long's face was solemn. Yi Tianyan Long's words shocked him. He doesn't know if Yi Tianyan really did it or not. It's very likely that Yi Tianyan is just trying to scare them, as the minister said. Some people believed it and some didn't, but the two empires definitely did not believe it. Great Emperor Rin, you're a prince, aren't you? Apart from the two Spirit King stage powerhouses, there are also a lot of Void Spirit stage powerhouses. You think you can stop them? If you want to scare us, don't say such stupid things. At least say something practical. For example, you have the World Dragon Empire as your backer. Great Emperor Shao laughed out loud. He thought that Yi Tianyan's brain had a problem. He couldn't believe that Yi Tianyan would say such a thing. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyan as if he was a fool. They thought that a strong powerhouse would appear out of nowhere. Who knew that he would be a clown? Even if Yi Tianyan Long wanted to scare them, he had to find a way to do it. It was like a beggar suddenly saying that he had billions of dollars. Who would believe that? But if he said that he was the leader of the beggar gang, it would be different. Perhaps the leader was fake, but at least it was possible to believe it. But now he said that he wiped out the two empires alone. Who would believe it? Well, now it's your turn. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Yi Tianyan said indifferently. Many times, you have to pay the price for what you have done. Ha ha ha. You really are an idiot. Great Emperor Rin, your prince is addicted to playing with us. Does he think that we will beg for mercy? You must be kidding me. Emperor Shao flew out of the dragon carriage and looked at Yi Tianyan Long as if he was looking at a fool. How sad. How can the Heavenly Dragon Empire be saved by such a prince? So, do you think that you are wrong to betray them? A wise man submits to circumstances. The ministers at the side could not help but shake their heads when they saw Yi Tianyan Long's situation. It was right to betray them. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Although they said that the new prince was very powerful, who would believe that he could overthrow the two empires alone. Many ministers in the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital did not know what to say. They heard that the prince was the sworn brother of Great Emperor Rin. Did that mean that Great Emperor Rin was responsible for this? At this time, Great Emperor Zhuge also flew out and shook his head. He came to tease us. He is quite happy. When the other two empires come, let's see how this brat can play tricks. They all laughed. They were not in a hurry to attack. When all the great emperors gathered, they would attack together. Soon, they would be able to flatten this force. Even the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. This was what they had discussed before. If the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital surrendered first, it would be the best thing. Everyone nodded and looked at Yi Tianyan Long with mocking eyes. I have said that they will not come. Yi Tianyan repeated and looked at them coldly. Two idiotic great emperors, look at me. Brat, what did you say? Emperor Shao and Great Emperor Zhuge glared at him. How dare he call them idiots when he is about to die? When they looked at Yi Tianyanlong, they immediately felt like they had fallen into a whirlpool. Their consciousness became a little blurry. In just a moment, they felt that their limbs had lost all feeling and their bodies were no longer their own. Well, very good. Go. Yi Tianyan waved his hand. The two great emperors immediately turned around and summoned their personal sacred weapons. The next moment, they attacked their subordinates. Boom! Chapter 572. No one had expected the two great monarchs to suddenly change sides and start killing their subordinates. They showed no mercy at all and attacked with absolute killing moves. With a loud bang, a large number of cultivators were killed, and screams rang out incessantly. How could a Spirit King stage powerhouse be weak? For a time, the sound of explosions continued, and a large area seemed to have been lifted up. The power of a Spirit King stage powerhouse was evident. No one could react to what was going on. They were all dumbfounded by the sudden change. If Shao, Great Emperor, attacked Yi Tianyan and the others, no one would be surprised. After all, they didn't need to wait for the other two empires to come and kill them. Who would have thought that he would make a move against his own subordinates? The moment he made a move, it was a killing move. It was unbelievable. When he killed them, it was as if he was dealing with the enemy who killed his father, showing no mercy. What the hell is going on? What happened to Shao, Great Emperor? What the hell is going on? Run. This is crazy. What are they doing? The cultivators of the two empires quickly retreated to the side. But how could they compare to the speed of a Spirit King stage cultivator? They easily killed their way to the other side. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital were also dumbfounded. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital were also dumbfounded. No one knew what happened, but the two great emperors suddenly turned around and killed their own people. Could it be that Shao, Great Emperor, and the others are from the Heavenly Dragon Empire? How is that possible? If they are from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, why would they attack us? What the hell is going on? No one knew what was going on. They only saw Shao, Great Emperor, and Shao, Great Emperor, killing their own people. Although they were happy to see this scene, no one knew why it happened. Quick, stop it. Why can't I control my own body? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I can't control my own body. They shouted, and many cultivators were confused. What do you mean by you can't control your own body? As Spirit King stage powerhouses, how could they not control their own body? Of course, this wasn't a joke. The two of them were instantly affected by Yi Tianyun's bewitching eyes. It didn't pose any difficulty at all. The Eye of Enchantment could control the cultivation of cultivators below the 5th layer of Spirit King stage, and Great Emperor Shao was only at the 2nd layer of Spirit King stage. As for Great Emperor Zhuge, he was only at the 1st layer of Spirit King stage. He easily controlled the two of them. All they had to do was look at each other, and they were controlled by him. Under normal circumstances, no one would think that they would be controlled just by looking at each other. This was the case now. Not only were they easily controlled, but they could not even control their consciousness. Yi Tianyan didn't completely control them. Instead, he released their consciousnesses. They knew what he was doing, but they couldn't control themselves. They kept diving into the army and killing their own people. Fortunately, he also received EXP. Otherwise, he really didn't want to do this. In the past, the two empires had dealt with the Spirit King stage or Void Spirit stage powerhouses in the same way, but it was already over before it even started. The strongest had already been controlled and counterattacked. The rest were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They had no combat strength at all. Great Emperor Shao, what's wrong with you? Many generals retreated one after another. Their faces were very ugly and their hearts were bleeding. In a blink of an eye, many core transformation stage powerhouses were killed, and the void spirit stage powerhouses could quickly leave the area. We don't know what's going on, but we are being controlled. It must be that kid's demonic technique. Great Emperor Shao shouted angrily, "Kill him! Quick!" Great Emperor Shao and the others shouted. The others were dumbfounded. Two great emperors were being controlled by a kid. What kind of demonic technique is this? But soon, several generals reacted and rushed towards Yi Tianyin without hesitation. They wanted to kill Yi Tianyin and let the two great emperors return to their original state. Yi Tianyin sneered and waved his hand. Emperor Shao and the others flashed and appeared in front of the generals in an instant. Under their horrified expressions, Yi Tianyin slashed down with his sword. In an instant, the two generals were killed on the spot. Void Spirit Stage cultivators were facing Spirit King Stage cultivators. Ding! Successfully killed Void Spirit Expert. Reward: 53 million EXP, 13,000 Crazy Point, 800 SPs. Obtained Martial Arts. Ding! Successfully killed Void Spirit Stage Expert. Experience points accumulated at a crazy rate, piling up continuously, reaching more than 50 million in an instant. His crazy point has also increased several times. This is all because he used the EXP card. There are so many cultivators here, most of the forces of the two empires. How can he miss it? Therefore, even if the 50 times experience cards were expensive, they would still buy them to use. However, he only bought a 50 times experience card. If he used the rest too many times, it would be too expensive. Although there wasn't any, the experience was still very shocking. There was no need to use additional experience cards. Unless the enemies in front of him were Void Spirit Stage cultivators, he wouldn't spend so much to buy EXP card. Void Spirit Stage cultivators have too little experience. That's why he didn't use them. If they were all Void Spirit Stage cultivators, or most of them were Spirit King Stage cultivators, he would go all out and buy EXP card. In the blink of an eye, the two Spirit King Stage cultivators killed the generals on the spot. Bastard, if you have the guts, don't use demonic technique. Let's fight fair and square. Emperor Zhao's face was pale. His generals died just like that, and he regretted it. He didn't allow them to come near him. But if they don't surround Yi Tianyin, they can't release the power in his body. Fair and square? Aren't we fighting fair and square now? Yi Tianyin sneered. Don't you think your words are a bit ridiculous? If you were in my place, would you stop? For empires are bullying one empire, and you still have the face to say fair and square? You're an idiot. Don't drag me into this. Yi Tianyin's words were like a slap to their faces. If they were in his place, who would give up? These were two Spirit King Stage cultivators, and controlling them was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, the great emperors of the two empires are also under my control. They killed most of their subordinates, so don't worry. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Chapter 573. When Yi Tianyin said this again, no one would laugh at him, let alone think that it was a lie. Did the two empires' forces disappear just like that? Although there were still a lot of empire's forces that hadn't been mobilized, the great emperor and many generals were killed. Even if they weren't annihilated, they wouldn't dare to do anything for at least a few decades. With so many powerhouses dead, who else could they bully? They might only be able to deal with some third-grade forces. But if they were mobilized, the other empire's forces might take advantage of them and occupy the imperial capital. The war between empires was very fierce, and if the other side showed weakness, they would attack without hesitation. Who would want a lot of resources and a large piece of land? Did he really annihilate the two empires' forces? They looked at Yi Tianyin in horror. They thought that he was just joking before, but now it sounded so shocking. Even the two Spirit King Stage powerhouses could be easily toyed with, not to mention the other two empires. Combined with all the things that Yi Tianyin said before, everyone's heart sank. It wasn't a lie at all, it was the truth. It wasn't that the two empires' forces were too slow, but they were already annihilated by Tianyin. All the cultivators in the Heavenly Dragon imperial capital couldn't help but shiver. Previously, they thought that Tianyin didn't use his brain when he spoke, even if he was trying to scare people. Now that they thought about it again, their backs were wet with sweat. They didn't expect their lord to be so terrifying. He didn't even use the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, but he was already able to control the other party. Xiao Emperor and the others' pupils shrank, and their hearts were filled with regret. It seems that Tianyin wasn't lying from the beginning. It was just that they thought Tianyin was a fool. He really annihilated the two empires. Most of the people felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over their heads, making them shiver from head to toe. Run! Run! At this moment, a cultivator screamed and turned to flee. Following that, the other cultivators followed suit and turned to flee as well. Their great emperor had been controlled, and their morale had fallen to rock bottom. So many void spirit stage cultivators had been killed, and the remaining cultivators were no longer a threat. So why didn't they run? He turned around and ran, wishing he had an extra pair of legs. Trying to escape? Ask me if I'll let you escape. Tianyin harumphed coldly. With a wave of his hand, the two great monarchs charged forward and attacked his underlings. However, there were too many of them. They had tens of thousands of cultivators with them, and they were all spread out. Therefore, it was impossible for the two of them to wipe them all out. In the next moment, countless demonic beasts appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, they immediately rushed forward, biting and tearing at the people in front of them. One by one, the ferocious and brutal demonic beasts continuously attacked and killed them. Although he had given a lot of demonic beasts to Heavenly Cloud's mansion as pets, he still had hundreds of them with him, so he was still very crazy about them. The weakest of these demonic beasts was at the core transformation stage, and the rest of the cultivators were no match for them. Even if their cultivation was slightly higher, they were already scared out of their wits under the control of the demonic beasts. How could they still have the mood to fight? For a time, a massacre appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The enemies had no resistance at all, and they were easily beheaded. Only Tianyin was still floating in the air. He didn't need to do anything himself. He just let them attack him. I am a minister of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I am willing to surrender. I am also a minister of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to be punished. One by one, the traitors knelt down in regret. They all thought that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be destroyed, but who knew that the return of the Heavenly Dragon Empire would instantly destroy them? This terrifying power was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Who could still resist? At least they didn't. You want to be punished? Then you can die. Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, the demonic beasts immediately trampled them into meat paste. Even if they were given a chance to turn over a new leaf, they would still choose to betray the Heavenly Dragon Empire the next time, so they were simply killed. Tianyin hated betrayal the most, so their fate was doomed. The moment they betrayed the Heavenly Dragon Empire, only death awaited them. At the moment of death, they regretted choosing to betray the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The most important thing was that even if they died, their families would suffer the same fate. Ren Long and the others' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. If they were in Tianyun's position, they would also do the same. No matter which empire it was, they would not let off the traitors easily. Successfully killed a spirit core stage cultivator. Gained EXP. Ding! Successfully killed core transformation stage cultivator. At this time, a notification popped up, but it wasn't the experience gained from killing the enemies, but from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion. Ran Liangqin and the others were fighting against the invading forces, and it was obvious that they were cultivators from the four empires. Sure enough, they want to annex two forces at once. Their appetite is really big. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He had thought about whether the heavenly cloud mansion would send reinforcements or not. If their reinforcements came, then the heavenly cloud mansion would fall. Moreover, their movement speed was even slower, so it was already too late for them to come. Fortunately, he had returned. Otherwise, if he had returned after a period of time, perhaps everything would have changed. He had been guarding against the heavenly netherworld divine nation, but he never thought that the imperial forces in the mortal world would launch a big attack on them. I thought this side would be safer, but it seems like both sides are not safe. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. It seems like he has to increase his strength greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay here safely. Who would know that it wasn't the heavenly netherworld divine nation who destroyed their home, but the imperial forces on this side? This made him want to cry, but he didn't know that it was the other empires who destroyed their home. After all, it was very difficult for Spirit King stage cultivators to come up from the bottom, but there was no restriction on this side. If there were a few Spirit King stage cultivators in a huge empire, then they would be finished. Solve the problem here, and let all the empires know that the heavenly cloud mansion is not to be messed with. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and he continued to control all the demon beasts to attack. Xiao Tianyun and the others also kept killing, and for a while the whole place was dyed red with blood. Many cultivators in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City rushed out, and they didn't have to worry about the enemy's counterattack. He wanted to take this opportunity to beat them while they were down and kill them all so that he could vent the anger in his heart.